What's cool and cool?
Questionable.
Ice cold. Shin's the DM tonight, so I hope he's
Yeah.
prepared a lot of maps. No. All right.
Oh.
Got this.
No,
All right.
right.
So part of
Boulders start
me,
falling. Deck save.
part of me wonders just like if we just like officially change the start time to 8:45, but still aim to meet at
I
7:30.
promise you, I will like. I always keep getting like it. If we change it, then we're just gonna keep going later. Also,
Well, I
hello,
know.
dreamers.
It's like, well, no, it's like you announce on your end it's 7:45, but you just tell us that 7. That sorry, it's 8:30.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hello, dreamers, and welcome to another episode of Tier Takes Tanlyn Town. I always forget that the game is going when I haven't started playing any music yet.
Are you wearing a scarf? I just noticed this.
Yes, I am. I'm kind of hot
Are
though,
you
so I'll probably
Are
take it
you
off.
okay? As I said, it's like 80 degrees outside.
I mean, like,
We do live in different places, though.
kind
Yeah,
of.
he's further up north.
Well, mostly I'm just like near the beach that controls the temperature, but yeah. Hello everyone. Allow me to dramatically remove my scarf as I announce. Now that the music is playing, we are officially playing Tier Takes Tanlyn Town, part I believe 10, but I've been terrible about the numbering. So who the fuck knows?
Hasn't been that many times.
Has it already?
Jesus.
Yes,
Yeah, we've been out for a while.
we close in
Did miss 2 of them. Sorry.
on the end of the fifth night? Question mark. Let me check my notes. Yes, and as so we close in on the end of the fifth night, and just kidding, the end of the fourth night. And you find yourself in a safe house here with Taka the Typhoon Seigo, who seems to know Tyr, and Tyr seems to know him. And he is about to tell our party some important things. Now, last time, they helped save a pawn shop owner from some sort of Fey incursion, and unexpectedly ran into their handler, Elman, who didn't seem to want them to be there. But they chose to intervene anyway. After this happened, they fought some spooky midnight souls in a waterway and escaped just as the Agents of the Eye were closing in. Now, with one district of the city already fallen to rebels, the Green Brand's Taka is on the side of, the group finds that the scenario has evolved. And yes, maybe, some stuff wound up in the well. I'm sure it's fine, though.
I bet you clogged the water system more than poisoned it. You did collapse a whole section of it.
When did that happen?
With a black powder grenade.
I'm sure...
That's safe to ingest, right?
I'm sure
I
that
mean,
collapsing...
that'll eventually get washed. It's the water gets backed up and nothing can continue to flow.
I'm sure that collapsing part of the rainwater recapture system, just let it all like stagnate there, surrounded by stone that it can't absorb into, will have no long-term negative consequences for anyone living in the area, nor are there any structural stability issues with the buildings directly above the place the bomb went off, such as Marca's pawn shop.
I feel like you're trying to imply something, Lee, but I'm not quite catching on.
I'll have you know, implications. Implications are for cowards.
Okay.
They can't prove it was me. Okay.
There is only super text, no subtext. All right.
Okay.
Get your ooh woo bottom text out of here. All right.
Potato?
Top text only. Oh god.
It's tell, not show, right?
Correct.
Ooh,
That's
The best kind of
Still with us.
storytelling.
Welcome to Leland School of Storytelling. I'm about to narrate the next 12 hours. No, I'm not. You're in a room. It's
I was
a
like,
bit tight.
let's go.
You're under an apothecary in the eastern side of Southside. Things haven't gotten quite as bad with the gang war here yet, but most of the places do look, if not boarded up, hardened. And now you're just down in the basement with Taka, who turns to Tyr and says, I think that you're going to have a long 2 days ahead of you.
Oh god, we have 2 days left. It wasn't as easy.
The good news is 2 days hence, your friends with the Shade of the Mountain should arrive alongside Laza Gadek. Sorry, that's not her name. I keep missing her. Alongside Laza's forces. They will storm the gates. I'm given to understand you've already seen to it the proper designations were made at the southern gate. That's good. However, there's another plot that's going to complicate matters. Lately, the construction powder near the area has gone missing. Vast quantities of black powder, and the costs of sulfur and nitrates have gone through the roof. It's easy, you hadn't heard that, but it's been a while since you had to go buy to re-up your supply. Maybe it'll be more expensive the next time. Uh-oh. And he says, I have it on good authority that sapping charges are being produced post-haste and moved under the main bridges. When Laz's forces arrive, they intend to sacrifice the southern bridges in order to buy time, secure the front. If that happens, this rebellion could get a lot worse for everyone in the capital. It won't win them the war, but it could mean months or a year more of this siege. We'd have to get our forces around on the river or take them across the water. Right now, the Green Brands hold West Side, but I'll tell you plainly, we don't have enough to overwhelm them by strength of arms. Right now, my plan is to ensure that your mission here is successful and Tanlyn Town is ready for the arrival of the rebellion. And he looks to Tyr, and he says, tell me, you're part of the Shade of the Mountain. When they agreed to take this contract from the Tessans, was there any explicit mention of who he intended to... actually, he's not going to say that. What he's going to say is... what he says is actually something more like, it's been a while since I've seen you. Tell me, how has it been in the service of Clan Tessin?
Ver's gonna look aside. Zynoku's like, who are Clan Tessans?
Yeah, will we actually like? Is there?
You would all know Clan Tessin because the boom bust cycle of Cathodak's economy runs off being hired, and the last time Cathodak's mercenary forces got hired were by Clan Tessin. Why gameplay to sue? Hello, Shane, here from the Telvine Archers Group. Hey, Shane, doing D&D tonight, but thank you so much for coming out.
Yeah.
What's the general like? What is Taylor Town's common folks like view on Clan Tessin?
They were people who hired us, which is normally good because it means money and loot. But Getty Varkar stole a pretty big percentage of what should have been more widely dispersed, money-wise, and very bad treatment of the troops led to higher than average defection, which is why, you know, Thor Joseph was surrounded by bandits in the woods. They were literally defectors. They didn't want to keep fighting for Getty Varkar. So it's kind of colored by the fact, like, one time 10 years ago, Clan Tessin also hired them. If you know an older person, particularly an older veteran, they have a very nice view of the dead Tessin. They speak of her as a woman who could slice down 10,000 dwarves with a single wave of her fan. An indomitable leader
nice view.
who had to give her life to assure victory, and she did so. So like they really liked her. And this opinion is more split on Uyo and Akari, the surviving Tessin siblings. Older people will generally say like, oh, you know, like they're pretty shrewd and good fighters, and they pay us well, and they respect us more than the other houses tend to. So they're good folk. But the younger generation, the people who are veterans of this latest conflict, will say, maybe, but still, like, at this point, he's doing business with Getty Varkar, or did business with Getty Varkar, and they don't like it. Now, most people don't. Let me put it this way. Kai's actually, how interested do you think Azizi is in, like, what Kaiser intimates, not explicitly says? Like, the things he kind of, like, lays down for one to pick up or not when he's talking to you.
Are you picking up is Azizi clever enough to, or care enough to see that?
Wait, Kaiser's the guy who gives us the...
He's your usual contact with the Shadow Network. The guy who isn't Elman.
I see as easy as the type is like, oh, we gotta get this done. Okay, let's go get it done. Like she just kind of like, you pay me, I go do the thing. I get to blow ship up. Cool. I think Zydoku knows. I don't think anybody but Tyr and Zai know that Clan Tessin is bankrolling the rebellion. But there have been wild accusations because, I mean, okay, let me put it this way. She literally attacked out of Clan Tessin's province. So accusations that this is Clan Tessin is behind the rebellion are not uncommon. Whether or not you believe them are up to you, but Zai, you have strong reason to believe, and Tyr, you literally know the Shade of the Mountain have a contract. Like, you fucking, like, you know how much money your friends are getting for this, you know?
I'm glad someone knows.
Like, you know how much the kickback is for the mercenary companies he's sending into Western Kathadak. Because those are your buddies. But yeah, so the TLDR is older generations generally more favorable of Clan Tessin, younger generations generally more skeptical of Clan Tessin.
That seems pretty on the dot. Yeah, that seems pretty not too unusual, to be honest.
Yeah, like if you're 35 plus, you're way more likely to have a positive opinion of Clan Tessin. And if you are like 20s and under, more likely to be mixed or negative.
Damn dang Zoomers.
But yeah, Tyr, make an insight test here. I mean, anyone can make this insight test, actually.
Ooh, I love making rolls.
Okay. Just kidding.
I like well.
Subtext. Listen. Taka.
2 numbers.
Taka is a brave man, and subtext is, as previously established, for cowards. He just wants to know how it's been working with Clan Tessin for Tyr. Azizi, you get the feeling that maybe Taka is intimating a little bit more here. Like, he leans up against, like, a dusty barrel as he says this, like, in this, like, tight, like, subsection basement of a safe house. But you don't know enough about the relationship between Tyr and Clan Tessin. You didn't know there was one until he just said that shit. To really know what he's saying. Here you just think that he's asking because, well, you know the Shade of the Mountain works for Clan Tessin right now on a contract, and you're part of the Shade of the Mountain. So it seems like from Taka's perspective, he's just asking how business is.
Azizi just stares at Zai even more, hoping that he will understand what she does not.
Zai, help! The subtleties are too much for us.
Zai's respond to Verm like, yeah, I don't particularly know. There's some big fish from way yonder, and they're significant, but I don't think they matter to us.
Are they fish people?
Yes.
Oh.
They're fish people. Think about what you just said. They're fish people.
Wait, you never seen fish people before?
I mean, there's actually, does Bear have the disguise on?
No. He is very much a walking out person.
Yeah, I mean, Bear's there, so there could be fish people.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are fish people.
Suddenly,
Do you understand that we're not... They're landlocked.
So they're land fish?
Yeah, there's landfish. Azizi. Don't stop thinking about it, but Bear apparently is very knowledgeable knowledgeable about. Okay, so very simple thing. There's no landfish.
You just look at this movie.
Yeah, Kawaii gameplays Desu. This does sound fishy and smell fishy too.
Yeah.
Taka's like landfish. The pollution in the Kathodaki River must be worse than I had heard. It has been many
it corrupts the mind.
Yeah, he says it has been many generations since my family has been here. He looks around and he says, "I look forward to the return."
Wait, when you guys pulled me out of the river, was it polluted?
Yes.
Tears gonna
It's
turn to Taka and say, I currently work for the shadows.
He nods and he says, "I understand. You have
They're shadow people too.
we share an important allegiance." And he's furthermore going to say, "You should know something. I have also heard through certain chains of information that a group called the Obsidian Veil, once thought extinct, yet exists. And furthermore, they seek the legendary arms." He glances at Black Eagle Striking, the dark steel Sarigama, glinting scythe blade carvings along its side with a hint of angel dust. And he says, "It's possible they might come for you."
Hey, did they already come after us?
A lot of people have come after us for many reasons.
Yeah, but don't you remember those like monks that like came after us? They said they wanted his weapon or something.
A lot of people wanted this weapon, but yeah.
Taka thinks about it and says, "These monks, what were they like?"
threw
I
shit.
think there were farmers or gardeners. They kept talking about grass or
I
something.
don't know. They look more like, some of them look more like ninjas.
And he nods and he says, "Ah, yes, the slow grass way and the shinobi of the Obsidian Veil. I suspect that they are both seeking the items for different purposes. I suspect one is trying to deny the other, but I confess, I do not know the whole story. I just thought I might give you a heads up, although it seems it's already come to a head." He nods to Tyr.
How come you know so much again? Who are you?
And he smiles and says, "Oh, my name is Taka Saigo."
Yeah, you said that, but am I supposed to know you? Are you the mayor?
And he says, "Oh, mayor is certainly a title one could aspire to." And he kind of smiles as he says that. And he says, "I am just a friend of the people, seeking to topple Gedi Varkar, an ally in the shadows against the terrible things that lurk beyond and seek to glide their way into this realm. But..."
Like those weird like fey creatures.
He nods and says, "It is so. They seek to corrupt the land. We must stand against them, united. Too long, division, war, violence, greed, and pollution have scarred Kathodak. That all ends with Gedi Varkar's reign." He's not smiling anymore.
I'd be weird if he was.
Yeah, he says, "You might know me as the Typhoon. I have brought the Green Brands together after generations of squabbling. Now, we are united."
Oh, not ringing a bell.
You do know who the Green Brands are, in that, like, they are bandits. Like, some people consider them Robin Hood, some people consider them terrorists, most people think you don't want to run into them. So he's basically said, like, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm fucking associated with bandits." It's easy.
Thug life.
Yeah, he's basically he's basically just walked in here and said thug life. No, but he says, "Listen, we can debate politics and philosophy later. For the moment, those detonation charges, I know they're bound for the bridges. The bridges go out, the situation gets worse for everyone. My forces are tied down in the west.
So now you need a small group to go over and get rid of those charges, don't you?
And says, I see you have great wisdom in addition to your command of the elements.
Or you're just really shitty about asking.
He says, well,
This is
To
like
be
our
fair,
third
that is-
mission tonight that does basically the same thing.
To be fair, that is kind of what we've been
Yeah,
designed and
doing.
told to do.
for the past couple nights, yes.
That
I
is the
understand
reason
that.
why we are in the Cult of Shadows, how we got in.
he says, it should only be 2 more nights. And then, if even 2 more nights. And then, with Lazagadek coming into the city, all 3 bridges still intact, we'll overtake the hill. I'm given to understand a certain someone even bombed the south garrison of Fists, meaning they had far less forces to deploy when I switched into the city.
Yeah, that hurt a lot.
Zizi just like kind of like rocks back and forth on her heels, like.
And I'm like, and he's
Yeah, I
"We could've
remember
done
that.
that.
I,
We
I
could've done
remember.
that."
I remember that. I remember also getting hurt a lot from that explosion.
and he's like, oh,
I stare at Zizi.
and he says, don't worry, I'll buy you a drink about it when this is all over. Now then,
The
How come you
emotional
get a
wounds will.
free drink?
The emotional wounds will never fade.
what my intelligence doesn't give me good information on is the relationship between the Eye and the Bikeland boys. I thought the Bikeland boys were the pawn of Gedi Varkar's reign, but it seems that there has begun to develop a rift. I don't know why, but I have suspicion. He looks at Tyr and says, those were Bikeland boys tonight, weren't they? Working with whoever that Fae was.
Mhm.
I don't know about working with, but being used is probably more accurate.
Certainly. The Fae would never consider a person their equal.
These guys have quite an ego on them, don't they?
And he nods and says, to a being who lives forever, our lives are as those of mayflies. And to the elves who would live forever without their intervention, they are an affront. They covet their immortality. He looks around and says, now then. You've done well. How are things go 2 days from now? We're all alive? Look forward to seeing you. Oh, stops and says, one more thing. And he looks at Zydoku, are you wearing a disguise?
He's probably seen my face because of all the true seeing of the sky. At that point, I would have dropped everything. And he's seen me since then, so yeah, I probably won't have a disguise up.
All right, for Yojin, have you dropped your disguise in front of him?
Yeah, I am a big owl. I am an owl person.
Azizi, you're still wearing your dress with the bombs in it. And
Yeah.
Azizi, you're still looking cute.
Yeah.
Still looking
okay,
fashionable,
Zod's
girl.
my new favorite again.
yeah, and Taka's like, I received a strange divination from an earth spider before setting out on this final leg of my assault.
Spider?
Yeah, you do know what the earth spiders are, because they're the reason that the heirs of Osor and the Green Brands can basically exist as rogue states. You've heard of them, you've never seen one. They're apparently giant spiders that have magic properties. Roll an Arcana to know more.
Are there water spiders?
We'll find out, won't we?
Water spiders and land fish. Let's go.
Ryojin, yeah, you do know that the earth spiders have an ability to more or less disjunct the functioning of the Soronetto in a controlled fashion that prevents it from removing usurpers. You know that the heirs of Osor keep a few, like, at their keeps kind of like well treated as like like honored guests, and the green brands work alongside the earth spiders. You also know they tend to have some relations with the local tribes of Anoraks in the woods. They're often considered to be aligned with druidic forces, which means some people are scared of them because druids these days in Cathaduck are pretty scary. That's the Earth Spider setup. That's what you know. Yeah, Taka says, I received a strange telling from an Earth Spider. She spoke of 2 children from Summer and Shadow. 2 owls watching, knowing and unknowing. And he turns to Azizi and says, one of the descendants of Ashet, wreathed in fire and a rain of stone.
You're looking at.
She said they would do battle amidst ancient stones and emerge unchastened. He shrugs and says, I can't help but admit that it seems like you mostly fit the bill, although we're short 1 owl.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we're short 1 owl.
I don't know.
Is it 1 winter and 1 summer?
Yeah.
No. You said 1 child of winter and 1 child of shadows.
Oh, okay.
I
was gonna like, wait a minute. Who else is here? Who's an imposter?
Who's hiding? Where are they?
Among us.mp3 plays. Who do you guys think the summer elf was?
I was a summer elf in disguise all along. I didn't even know.
Yeah. So that's more or less what you guys. This is more or less what Taka tells you, and he leans in the barrel and says, "Well, I've spoken long enough. I suspect I'll be needed back on my side of the river. Tell me, is there anything you urgently need?"
Is he asking if we need anything?
Yeah.
I mean, in general, we just need supplies. Health potions, smelling salts. Hell, we might need more weaponry here. We kind of got our ass handed by these magical things.
He nods.
Fake things.
He nods and says, "Are you lacking in black iron weapons?"
We do have some, but I don't know if... Do we have enough? I know everyone has something.
Yeah.
I
think I have
don't
a
know
dagger.
if it's their preferred weapon.
I don't.
He says, "Tomorrow."
I don't think they have black iron bombs. I'm just saying.
And he says,
I mean, you did ask for shavings at one point.
Yeah, the shards to make the shrapnel. He nods and says, "I will make the arrangements. We don't have much in Southside, but I get the sense that yours would be good hands to have them in. I wish I could tell you more about the machinations of the Fae, but I confess, I'm not sure what side they're on in all of this, or their preferred outcome. All I know is we can't let them have it. I believe that a swift resolution to this conflict will allow us to turn ourselves as one against that enemy." So yeah, that's what Taka says, and if you guys don't say anything else, he would
Nope.
He'd make for the door. He gives a nod, and as he's stepping out, he says, "Shadow, hide you."
Can the shadows hide me? Can I do that too?
Amazing.
You as well.
Can try.
He nods, and he slides out.
Bye.
So
Safe travels.
it's night 4. It's starting to get into it's into the AM. what do you guys? The moon, it should be noted, is quite bright tonight. Almost full.
Are we
Yeah,
back in our
Zai
home, or
does-
are we just in the hideout?
You're at the hideout. You could head back to your home if you want.
Zai refuses to look up at the sky.
Wait.
Do we know that they're after the statue, or is that just a Zai thing?
Um,
I actually don't know who knows that or not.
I think she
Statue?
was suspecting that like they were going at. I think the shopkeep was suspecting that that's why she passed on to you, like kind of bad things started happening when I got this.
yeah. So basically, you saw like the weird stuff has been happening. You have this purple gem with a dark inky shadow at its core, and you have this statuette of Emeros dual wielding hand crossbows. And
That sounds cool as fuck.
yes, there's like a little heart on it too. And yeah, it seems that is what the hubbub was about, and something to do with the stone and lighting a candle summoned these issues towards her. And by this time, the stone has stopped glowing quite as much, and you no longer gain advantage on ranged attacks while holding it.
Oh.
But maybe if it were activated again, that would occur once again.
Is that what the?
Is Zai the only one that knows that like has an inkling that they're after the statue, or is that like?
I mean, I would tell everyone once we've calmed down and
Okay.
started resting.
Well, are we taking that with us, or?
Or
What
definitely
is
not
this thing
leaving it
again?
here. It's a statue of one of the archfays.
I wasn't aware Archfays
Isn't
used crossbows. Huh.
isn't it gonna be safe? I mean, we are a this. They won't it be safer here? I mean, won't it be safer for us if it's here?
I mean, yes.
It's easy.
But-
If we want to be safe, we will walk away from this mission. I think
I mean,
we're a
there's
little
that
too.
too.
I think we're a little too far in to be for our safety.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what do we need this stupid thing for?
We don't need this specifically,
It's shiny.
but we hand this to the higher ups so they can deal with it.
Yeah, are we not? Can't they get? Can't they get to them from here?
I don't know who to trust right now. Like-
Mm,
Kars is the only one that I can trust. We have history with him. We have personal history with him. We can trust him. But he's gone missing. And I feel like someone's taken him out.
oh, just jump right to the deep end. Why don't you?
Well,
I guess
it's
it's
not
all
like
been
him.
happening.
Well, speaking of the deep end, you remember hearing a boat got capsized around the day Kaiser was supposed to be leaving by water, and someone saw a goblin cutting their way through weird pollution monsters off of the shore.
Goblin.
Kaiser.
Kaiser's,
goblin.
yes, Kaiser's a goblin.
It's a pretty safe assumption, but I always taught to never assume.
I mean, that might have not been Kaiser. Kaiser might have not been on a capsized boat. The last time you believe Kaiser contacted you was via a man who looked a whole lot like a Green Brand, delivering you a message about only handing over the diadem to its intended recipient.
Mhm. So yeah, I mean, we need to keep doing work, but if we can, I think we need to find what happened to Kaiser, or find someone higher up.
Oh yeah, let's just go out. And
already have
find someone who's
multiple-
higher up.
We have multiple like dangerous artifacts, powerful artifacts. We can't just hand this off to anyone.
What? We don't have any dangerous artifacts.
Yeah,
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
That thing on your hilt is pretty dangerous on its own. No normal person will have something like that. Ver. And I point to the rapier.
But crazy. It's not. It's perfectly normal.
The fist had that.
Oh wait, that was this place we stole it from. Okay,
Uh,
honestly, I thought it was like a bank.
The ruby rapier came from the bank.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
I'm
Okay,
misremembering.
that's.
my
I was
bad.
very confused. I was like, I thought that came from a bank.
I'm sorry, I misremembered.
Okay, I mean, what about this crown I have?
What about the what?
Crown?
I don't remember your crown, unfortunately. Like I remember you brought it up last session.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the diadem?
No, the wind crown thing.
Oh yeah,
I
you got
took off the guy.
got that off the dude. Yeah, you got that
Yeah.
off of the Fey dude that you murdered, who was having the meeting with the the guard master.
Yeah, so I was like, I'm sure actually, I'm sure it won't be fine, but we really don't have a choice at this point. We're kind of deep in.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to carry this with us until we can find someone we can trust to hand it off to, who can do something about it and keep it safe.
I mean, like, all of our other stuff, yeah, like, people are coming after it, but I don't know. This shit was weird this time.
I mean,
What part do you think
I
is weird?
agree with you. I don't
See-
want to hold on to this any longer than we need to.
Then just make it someone else's problem. Why is it so
Yeah.
important? Why do we care about this?
She has a point.
Because someone who was not responsible, someone who didn't know what they were doing, had this, and all of that happened in the courtyard.
It's like we don't know what we're doing either.
Yes, so we need to find someone who does, or else that shit's gonna happen again.
Yeah, but,
Yeah, but-
we don't know what we're doing either. Like, it could happen, and we're just gonna be in the middle of it again.
And we got away this time. We'll get away again. We're good at doing that. At the
'Cause
very least, we're good at that.
Have you looked at yourself? You look pretty fucked up.
I am pretty fucked up.
Oof.
Bear's pretty fucked up. I'm pretty fucked up right now. Why aren't we just making this someone else's problem? Let them get fucked up, and maybe they'll get lucky. Maybe it'll go over to the higher ups. Like, do they care about this? I don't know either.
Because we need to have. Obviously, something's going on. We need to deal with this. I think we do, because no one else is going to. Anyone
sure
else
they could find
important
some other
has already
Muppet.
left. Anyone else important has already left. They're not gonna be in this town. There's a whole war going on. Anyone of significance is left. And you've heard that Green Brand guy. Obviously, something with the face shit's going on. I'm fucking scared of mine. Tyr hasn't said anything, which is normal. But usually he gives some kind of input, and he hasn't said anything at all.
There's meditating.
He's just meditating as they're all arguing.
Going into
Yeah,
his
it's
long
like,
rest.
we're just like arguing, and then you just hear in the background, it's like,
Huh. He must be
He's
pretty used to
taking his
this.
long rest.
He must be pretty used to just people arguing next to him. And he just
Like, look at him. He's just speechless. He's just sitting there. He can't even move
I-
a muscle.
Zai, I think he's meditating.
What?
Have
Why
you
would he meditate?
have you never meditated before?
We're trying to figure out what we're trying to do.
Yeah, it looks like Tyr's pretty used to just meditating in a loud environment. Jesus.
face shit isn't our problem. Like, he
I
said that they're
agree,
gonna
it's
come after
easy.
you or something, but like, we haven't seen them before. Like, this all started because he showed up.
Yes, and we were
Wow,
tasked to keep him safe.
It's not like I mentioned something like this earlier.
All right,
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
we
if your
can keep him
priorities
safe
change.
by keeping the thing that the Fae wants out of, like, they don't have to come after us for this. Put it
They're
somewhere
already
else.
after him. apparently they're already after me. But like he's got magical shit beyond our comprehension that you said whole wars go on for his weapon or whatever's in his weapon, whatever you said, angel demon stuff.
Yeah, and why are we
fair, let's
making
bring
him a
that right.
bigger target then?
Because shit keeps falling into our laps and we can't just leave it aside.
Why can't we?
Yeah, we're not some group of heroes for a gang. We just do jobs. Not for ourselves, not for the world.
Because this is gonna bite us in the ass. We're already involved. They're already after us. If we have this or not.
They're
Yeah,
after
they're
this
after him.
stupid thing. Azizi wants to try to go up and take it.
All right, you come up, and Zai, she's reaching
Your
for it.
Little hands.
You are like an elf, and she is a goblin. So there's a pretty obvious, there's a pretty obvious elevation solution here. I don't know if you're gonna take it, Zai.
I can
ups.
jump.
I have ups.
Yeah.
I am not restricted to my height.
All right. So, Zai, how serious is Azizi gonna get in trying to dislodge the statuette from him?
Azizi wants to try to catch him off guard and just like go up and just try to like jump and snatch it out of his hands.
Give me an acrobatics or an athletics. You might prefer the athletics, given you're a barbarian.
I'm assuming this is contested with my choice.
Yeah, just a better
Oh
choice.
my god. Damn it.
Yeah, you almost like any other day with a
Hey, that
level
was a lot
playing
closer than I thought it was
field.
gonna
You
be.
can play
I'm
keep
gonna be
away from
honest.
Azizi, but Azizi hops up. Oof, she's got it in her hands. Azizi, you've got this huge like to you it's like a statuette that's almost like your torso sized.
Okay, I guess
And-
there goes trying to punt it.
And it's of this it's of this like beautiful cowled woman dual wielding hand crossbows with like a little heart in the base. And goodbye, Kawaii Gameplays Desu. Aw, thanks. We adore you as well. Yeah, so Azizi, you got it. You got the statuette.
Well, I guess I can't punt it. Can I try to chuck it somewhere?
We're still inside the.
You're in the.
Are we not still inside?
You're in the basement of the. There's lots of dusty barrels and like crates and shit all around here. Like if you want to just like pop one open and stash it, you could do that.
She's mad. She wants to like chuck it into the barrels. She doesn't care who finds it. It's not our problem.
All right. So you want to chuck it into an open barrel? Will you have inspected the contents of this barrel before
Damn,
you
I
chuck
should have
it?
said it faster when I was the only one with the dangerous to go alone.
Yeah. Give me a ranged attack that we're gonna proxy here, or like a thrown.
With ranged or thrown, with proficiency or without?
Actually, that's a good. I'm gonna say you don't have proficiency in throwing. Do barbarians have improvised weapon proficiency? No, that's monks. Am I making that up? Am I making that up?
yeah.
I might be making. Roll a strength check, honestly.
Just
Okay.
how
Roll
hard
to
you
yeet.
chuck it.
Roll to yeet.
You roll to yeet.
Yeah, no. So the statuette flies, and a barrel kind of thuds, and you hear a plinking sound from inside
explosion.
of it.
And then suddenly all the Fae come out for us at once.
Yeah. You guys. Well, I mean, yeah. Does anybody go inspect the barrel?
Yeah, I will.
Die, it's not our problem. Let's just leave it here or hand it off to someone to give to the higher ups. But like, are they even gonna care about this stupid thing?
Probably. This is a cult in shadows. They handle they handle everything.
Yeah, then let it be their problem. It's not
Yes, it's
ours.
going to
Our
be.
problem is him and what comes after him, not what comes after that.
Yes, I agree with you. I want to hand it off too. We just need to hand it off to someone who can handle it.
Who cares if they can handle it or not? I don't care if they die. Them is not us.
I agree it's easy. We already have tier to do a problem with. I don't think we need another one. Does I still go for it?
No, Zai's stands there and like, well, I'm not gonna force this on anyone, but we can't just leave it. At the very least, we need to let someone know.
Don't do that. I'm going home. I'm tired. Just that thing better not be home, or whatever follows it better not be home either.
They've already seen us with it. They're coming after us no matter what.
What's the matter? We don't have it anymore. They won't.
They won't care.
They
We've
want.
messed with them already. We've stopped them from whatever they're doing. We're already a target to them.
Holland, what is happening is a great question. We're having a conversation about a statuette and whether or not to take it home and whether or not that's going to get everybody here murdered.
Obviously, the latter is what's going to happen, but we're trying to make our point.
I'm pretty sure we killed everything that saw us with it anyways.
We did not kill everything.
What? Okay, I guess one got away.
It was just not a thing. I mean, I guess this was a thing. I don't know. There was shit. There was... Something was looking down onto us. Something above the sky. Something that was orchestrating all of it. He was just watching us. I don't know for what. But...
When did you see
It's
this?
not... When I drank that potion of true seeing, all the illusions went away. I was able to see through everything. When I looked up, I saw a fucking monster. And I've seen some really fucked up shit in the past. Stuff that you guys probably couldn't even comprehend. It's
so we're using this. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
We definitely can't handle whatever's coming after this. But we need to get it to someone who can, or else we are already close to what's happening to it. It's gonna blow up and we're gonna be part of the fucking aftermath. So I think we need to do something about it so that we're not in the explosion.
You're saying that it's gonna come after us anyways, even if we hand it off. And you're also saying that we need to... I don't understand. I'm trying to hand it off right now. Like,
who are you gonna hand it off to? You just left it in a barrel. You just threw it in the barrel. Who are you gonna hand it off to? Who are you gonna pass it off to?
I was trying to tell you to hand it off to someone, but you're like, no, we need to hand it off to the right person.
Yeah, I'm also trying to hand it off to someone.
It doesn't matter if we hand it off because he's gonna come after us anyways. So which is it, Zai?
I think we need to hand it off to someone who can handle it, because they will know what to do or have a better idea what to do, and we get help from them.
Okay, then who's that, huh?
I don't know. At least people with more connection. I want to find Kars and try to find, because he has connections way farther up than I can even imagine in Cult and Shadows.
Okay, Ver's just gonna like pick up the statuette now. So just drop it in Tyr's lap.
You hop over, right? You look down and you see there's some sort of liquid standing at the base of this barrel. And it gives you a strong whiff, and you're not sure if it's alcohol or turpentine, but it definitely feels like you'd like pour it on like a recent coat of paint and wash it off. You reach in, you lift the non-wet half of the statuette out. It's dripping with this dark liquid, and you present it to Tyr. You want to throw it in Tyr's lap?
I'm just gonna I just drop it in Tyr's lap.
You're meditating, and you feel like the condensation drip of like the coming liquid splash. You know, you see all of this because you're meditating. Do you react to this preemptively? Do you just let it thud?
I'll pick it up
Bird's just gonna point out he's the one who needs to hire.
So do you let it land or do you just catch it?
I'll catch it.
Yeah, so he's about to land in Tyr's lap, and he just like upturns his hands the last second and catches it perfectly.
Bird's gonna be like, he's the one who's higher up. He's the one with the connections, and he's the one who's gonna make sure we live, right?
Yeah, they're
They're
not
after
making us
you.
protect him. He probably knows someone.
Do you, Tyr?
You fucking better.
Do I know how to contact the higher ups?
So, Tyr, you spoke with through intermediaries with some fairly important people when it was arranged that you would come here, because it was understood that this was the greatest point closely available to you to take the fight against the Fae and one of their most pressing moves. One of the best intermediaries you had to contact with them was Kaiser, however, you do have another way to reach out to them. You know, because you met them on your way into town, that there is a cult in shadows higher up. She is the madam of the club that Zai went to the basement of in the hookah lounge. To send the message. And you know that if you talk to her, she can get you she can get you in touch. She could also potentially take a hot item if it was of supreme importance.
Is this item important?
Well, it looks like a loving artistic depiction of an archfey, of the profane. Normally, that's just art. But you definitely saw it doing magic shit and having some sort of glowing resonance with whatever that stone is. The purple gem with the black, inky, shadowy liquid swirling within it. That tells you that it's probably not just art. It probably has some ritual potential or importance. Anyone who wanted to could give me a religion or an arcana to sort of assess.
Could, let's say, a familiar imp also make this?
Yes, familiar imp could. The imp's like, sure, boss, I'm mighty familiar.
Yes, boss, yes.
Alright, and is you gonna roll for either of these, or?
Nope. That's magic shit. You don't want nothing to do with it.
Here, well, you know it did magic. Well, you definitely know it was involved with magic. If only the Shade of the Mountain were here and you could ask Lonnie or Cabancho. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Damn, he's gonna just bring the fucking no salty, just hey.
It's also
dead.
funny because neither of us will be as good as Zion making the check, honestly.
Yeah, if only my buddy Zion were here. So the Arcana, alright. The imp says, yeah, boss, there's something about it. I don't know if it's the shape or the material, but yeah, no, there's something to that. That's not something I'd go pawning for cheap. Got potential. And Briosian, you think when you look at it, it looks like the stone that the face is carved from. You try and figure out what it is. And the more you look at it, the less you know. All possibilities are ruled out. Some sort of specially colored marble, no. A finely hewn granite, who's to say. And everything else you can account for. Everything else seems just to be of high quality mundane craftsmanship. But the more you look at it, the more you start to wonder, if this was like traditionally carved stone, there's certain limits to how it could be shaped. But if you take into consideration other forms of creating items, it's possible that this stone is actually a wrapped core around a far more valuable mineral or magically charged entity. And you think the shape of this is not unlike, say, a door designed to receive a magical charge from a magical key to open while not holding any magic of its own. It's a conduit. It is a riverbed, but dry, presently. And when that purple stone glows, that is the river coming undammed and flowing through it. And when the right river runs through that bed, something potent happens. You don't understand what that is, you don't have any great education in this matter, and it doesn't seem immediately evident from the artistic stuff outside. There's lots of really particular emblems, but you didn't make a religion check, so you don't know like what necessarily those are about, but you know that they are significant. This entire piece was made deliberately, down to the millimeter. It is correct in its nature and shape. Additionally, while it was thrown abrasively into a barrel recently, you don't see any mark of that on the stone, and the liquid seems to drain off of it slowly, almost a little more icily than it should in spring, but it drains off, and it seems to just be as good as new.
Yours is like, what the fuck is this thing?
I will say, I will accept a separate check to examine the stone if Zai has produced it.
You said perception or investigation?
On what?
On investigating the stone.
Religion or Arcana, or I would accept to investigate.
Is that for someone else, or is that I can do another check? Or everyone can do another check?
Everyone can do another check.
Investigate it is.
Damn.
Bear,
We don't see shit.
what the fuck is with all of your like Arcana checks?
Dice is on fire.
The dice aren't
Listen,
Tyr,
listen.
hey, look, Tyr's
The
good.
eye is after Ryojin because he
Am I
knows too much.
4?
They don't know
Hey,
why
you're
he
four.
knows too much either. Ryojin doesn't know why he knows too much. He just knows too much.
Yeah.
Also, can we please try to write Ver's back? Actually, I don't know if you actually have a backstory for Ver, but can we please try to write one with him based on the knowledge checks that he's accomplished?
Absolutely. So
I have an idea,
Ryojin.
but I need to run it by first. Yes.
So Tyr and Ryojin examine the stone. And what you both get is when it's turned to the light, the ink black liquid seems to realign itself, not unlike a compass trying to find north.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily pointing towards it, but shaping in respect to it. And you both get the sense that the purple gem is a prison. It contains the inky black swirl.
Oh.
And Tyr suspects this, and Vyriosian, you're a bit more certain of it, that whatever is within isn't just a substance, but an entity with some degree of life or vigor to it. And you think it's like got a pretty simple bestial intelligence, or maybe even more plant-like. But it has this essence to it, this direction to it, or perhaps made animate by some manner of spell. It's hard to say. If you wanted to really do research, you know that you'd probably want to take a shaving from the gem and analyze it, although that could compromise the...
Honestly, I don't think I want to do that. I don't want to let the thing that's in out.
Yeah, and the thing within absolutely has to have some sort of magical property. This doesn't tell you what it is, but it's obvious that it has great magical potential.
Vyojins. Wait, can owls make their eyes bigger? Can they like widen their eyes like people, or no?
Oh, I think that the only thing they have is the predator. I don't even think you can. Wait, no. Hold on, I'm fucking up. I know other birds of prey more than I know owls.
I think I don't quote me on this. I think Owl's main thing is that they just can't like actually like rotate their eyes. That's why they have to rotate their head. But
Yeah.
they should still have eyelids and shit. So
Okay, now Virosha's eyes open up a little bit more. It's like, why the fuck is? Where did we find this again? Now that I have a closer look at this, why?
That
We need
stone
to-
was a very recent acquisition to Marcus. It was, something really significant she got. She didn't realize quite how significant. But she knew they could be used in a ritual with her little statuette, and she did so, and she didn't realize what it was going to do. Or perhaps how powerful it was going to be.
And I look at Tears like, do you know what's in there? I was looking at Tears like why?
Tyr, you could make an educated guess. When you descend to the gate at Sorjo, you do so through layers of liquid shadow. And it is made liquid by a constant working through the weave, not unlike a self-reinforcing spell. You have studied its essence in the flow of energy through it. Not as a wizard would, but you understand the flow of ki in the place. And you understand as you look at that stone that the flow of ki in it is almost an elemental force. But not one native to this world. Not one in the logic of this world. Too perfect, too peculiar, hyper real. It's hard to place it, but even just the way that the inky black tendrils vibrate, move, sheen, point, extrude. It is not of this nature, but one that is a close kin. You could assume it is Fae, but that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah. No, we're definitely dumping this off
Well,
to
does
the...
Tyr say that?
No.
Regardless, Virgie's gonna take your stance like, yeah, no, we're not. We're dumping this on someone else.
Yes, we're both in agreements of that. It's who we dump it to is what we're debating.
I don't care who you guys dump it onto. It needs to be dumped somewhere else.
Yes,
That?
we're in agreements of that. It is
Lit-
who we're arguing.
Literally
I don't care.
anyone else that's not us.
Us. Jesus Christ. Do you... Does anyone understand what's in here?
Do I know, like how this profane does their, like how they go about their...
We're
Well,
just
like
gonna
how she does magic, or like what her MO is.
what her MO is.
So she is in a weird position culturally because the way that she is worshipped and considered to act is like a slightly more diabolical Cupid. But
Slightly?
That's an interesting title. I like that.
so Amoros is known as Cupidity's marksmaker, and she is one of the few profane who is documented as being very happy to be done with court life. She hates that bullshit. And she is very happy just to roam. You know that she roams all around and is almost disproportionately likely to arrive on her own. She doesn't do schemes so much as unpredictably already saw through your bullshit and is now going to ruin it at the 11th hour. She loves stunting on fools. Absolutely loves it. And that means most of the Winter Court hates her more than anything else. So it stands to reason any member of the Winter Court, such as a Winter Fae, would be very pissed if they even knew she was being worshipped, much less witnessed a great magical feat related to her, or something like that. So yeah, I mean, she is overall. Let me see if I'm missing any of the big points. I mean, she's also known as like a ranger. She spreads love and desire as well as lies and deceit. She's a wild card. Um, she doesn't like hierarchy, and she does not like a lot of other stuff. But despite all of this, she was incredibly high ranked in the Winter Court, and that's part of why she was able to volunteer to lead the Winter Elves and wound up in charge. And she was considered a schemer at the time, but now, I mean, some of her believers will tell you that she has like a grand plan sometimes, but overall, it's just believed that she abhors hypocrisy and has a lot of interests.
I like
So-
Vincent Shadow Friends suggestion. Yeah, Lee, how much would it cost to pay a wizard?
Yeah, they need to pay a wizard to cast a gate spell and just toss it through another plane.
How much we talking?
Yeah, well, see, the most powerful wizards all belong to a fun organization called the Eye.
Oh,
You could go give this to them. They might also take your money. Also, dangerous to go alone. Somebody like knocks on the internal door because there's like a wooden wall in this like stone basement to like section off the part, and they don't open the door. They just knock.
Yeah, who is it?
And a smooth voice calls back. Deliveries. The chef cooked this one up just for you. And you hear there's like a slight slot one could pull back as if though to receive mail, but it's a bit bigger than that. And they push through into all like half bucket on the other side 4 glass vials.
Do we recognize the vials as health potions or something else?
All of them have a different hue to them. One is a sanguine red with a visible pulp pulsating in its flask. Another is crackling with green purple lightning inside a green liquid. Another is icy blue, and another is pitch black. And yeah, if you look at them long enough, one of them feels in particular like it's for you. And before they leave, they say, "It's dangerous to go alone."
take this.
And they slide away. So, yeah, if you'd like to, you could inspect the potion and figure out what it does.
How does one happen to be a potion that can summon a gate?
No, but you do see the sanguine red one calls to you and pulsates.
I don't know if they're still there, but I say thank you, and I would like to take the time to look through each one and figure out what they do.
Okay, you look at them and you get a sense of what they would do, a euphemistic sense of like the idea that this could like be channeled into the rage of Azizi, and this almost seems to flow naturally from the shadows and be channeled through the natural movements you see Tyr using when he fights. And this looks like it would ameliorate whatever Variosian does that hurts him. Dai, the one that you come to seems like it's going to grant you a greater capacity to call upon your patron's magics.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Less. I mean, you got when you identify them, you'll get a less euphemistic description. But they seem to be of clear and present use to a certain party member, each one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, here's meditating. Are you guys gonna? Or no, Aziza, you said you take off, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. He did want to like just like start walking home at some point and just be like, that thing better not follow us home.
All right. Friogen, are you gonna leave with Azizi? Darren?
Sorry, I'm gonna agree with Z's. Like, yeah, please don't bring that home. That should not be with us at all.
All right. Zai and Tyr meditating. Zai is chilling. What are you gonna do, Zai?
Is Tyr meditating with the statue with him?
I think so. I think it's just in his lab. He's holding it.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
very
I'm not
serene.
leaving Tyr alone, so if Tyr's spending the night, I'll spend the night with him.
This is a safe place.
I also don't think they realize that they have to go back through the courtyard, or at least in that direction to get back home. I tell Tyr. I don't know. Tyr, what do you think? Do you think we should just hand it off to anyone just to get it out of our laps?
I think you're asking the wrong person, but I'm not there.
I'm not entirely sure.
Honestly, don't know what the answer is. I don't feel it's safe to just hand it off. But I'm also out of my league, as everyone has mentioned. You literally have the most knowledge out of all of us on this stuff.
I know the Winter Court will do anything to destroy this. That's about it.
So, I mean, my forms of contact to the occult shadows are slow and kind of archaic. Do you have anything quick that we can send tonight? Or
No,
this morning, I should say?
we should just rest up first.
Alright.
Important note: does everyone gain custody of their potions, or is Zai holding on to them?
You know what? Is it glowing a nice color?
Yes, it's a nice ice blue that calls to you in the deepness of your
All right,
veins.
you know, that's all. Say less. If Ryojin thinks it.
As Verojan's leaving, I would, if I do get the sense that each one is for each person,
Mhm.
or there's one for each person, I would hand him Azizi's too.
Right.
Oh, I get to drink two things?
God.
That is up to your discretion.
Azizi and Vyojin walk home together. What does that look like here, gamers?
Walking down the street saying, do, do,
Are you sure?
do.
You don't need to go with them. I will be safe here.
They're grown-ups, they can figure it out how to get back home. I mean, Azizi's lived in this town for a while. Like, at the very least, she'll be able to get home. Whether if anything tells them, that's the decision they made.
Rolls
Oof,
that
cold.
one on how to navigate home.
I'm hoping for it, but I don't wish it on you. 'Cause I know that happens to me a lot.
So, as we're walking, Rio's just like, so, like, do you believe in, like, what that weird Earthspire thing said? About the Elf of Shadows and Elf of Summer?
I don't know.
They mentioned you in it, too. What is again? Shit. I actually forgot that last part.
Good. Made it up on the spot. I don't I don't know. I don't know who that guy is. He talks like he's like all important, but I don't know who the fuck he is. Look, we just need to finish this job and then we'll be set.
I feel a little sad I was left out. I want to be part of some weird prophecy.
Didn't they say an owl or something?
No, I wasn't mentioned at all.
No, they said 2 owls, one knowing and one unknowing.
Oh, 2 owls. Oh, I thought it was... Okay, I missed that part.
Mm-hmm. It's
It's kind of funny. We both missed the part that actually talked about us.
Yeah.
We paid attention to literally everything else.
The 2 children, one of winter and one of shadow. 2 owls, one knowing, one unknowing, and one of Ashet's Get, which you'd know absolutely is one of the 2 most important religious figures as a saint.
Yeah.
As the songs in your, like, it's like Osor, right? As like the bugbear who's like good and chivalrous, and Ashet is like the goblin hobgoblin before the split, and represents like cunning and guile, and wreathed in flame in a rain of stone is how the Ashet's Get was described. And you're supposed to do battle amidst ancient stones and remain unchastened. Wonder what that could be about. Wonder if you've been around any ancient stones. So, yeah.
We make it home okay.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, like, unless you guys, I was like, if you have a particular conversation do you think you'd have, by all means, right?
Yeah.
But,
You think we should have left Zai by himself like that up here?
I don't know. According to Zai, we're fucked either way, so it doesn't matter. Also, by the way, Zai's not my favorite right now.
Wait, do you say that part too? By the way, Zai's not my favorite right now, so I don't care.
No, she doesn't.
I think this is the first time I've actually seen you guys like fight since I've lived with y'all.
Just can't believe Zai would put us all in danger like that.
Yeah, it's weird where he's got weird sense of responsibility for this thing. Not quite sure why. Maybe because it does connect them somehow, but
I don't know. When did he care so much about this place? Like, I'm the one who lived here this whole time.
Zai's lived here for a while too. He just wasn't born here.
I don't know. I mean,
sure lived here longer than you then. Actually, shit. No, you have long lifespans. Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know that. I mean, well, does Zai talk about himself a lot, or does he like know anything about who he was or who he was before he came here?
I think you're the only one who doesn't know about who you were before, we all met. Like, if Zai doesn't want to tell, then Zai doesn't want to tell, but...
He just had like such a strong reaction to just not ditching the thing. I'm sure he had his reasons, but...
He couldn't deny that it would put us all in danger.
Yeah. I don't know. I do agree with you that we probably shouldn't mess with it, but I also agree with Zai that I guess it's kind of like our responsibility to make sure it gets in the right hands, but
I don't even know what the fuck it is. What is right hands and wrong hands with this? It's just a creepy statue that some weird things want, and as long as it's not with us, then they won't come after us, right?
Reardon sort of shrugs that. It's like, unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that one. I hope so, but last time I checked, Fays are pretty spiteful and a bunch of bastards. So, I think there's a reason why Tyr hates them. Besides, the genocide, them trying to commit genocide on his species. That might be a small factor too.
Look, just saying, we didn't have to deal with any of this Faye bullshit until he came. So the sooner we're done with this job, the better. Then we can just go back to, actually no, not back to our normal lives. We'll be better off than before, and then forget about all this, and we'll be set.
I'm pretty sure that's why I said the very before when I mentioned the angel dust and his weapon and stuff like that. Just saying. I don't want to bring it up in this high emotional, conversation we're having, but told you so.
Okay. Well, getting him through whatever he's doing in town is our ticket to a better life. But that statue's not part of it, so I don't know why Zai is all up and tight about keeping it then.
You know what? Let's go take a rest. I'm sure everyone's head will be cooled down afterwards. And I'm sure Zai will have a better explanation when we come back.
Well, he shouldn't need one because that thing should be gone.
I agree. But let's just go sleep because we're all very tired and beat up, as we can see. Also, do you know where we're going?
Yeah, it's just left over here. I thought he had like long-term memory not lost, not short-term.
It comes and goes, you know.
Oh, So you guys head back. In the morning, you guys hear that there has been another killing. It is really close to your house. It is
It's close to the house. Why wouldn't it be close to the fucking house?
It is well, it's around the house. They've all been around the house. But it's also kind of on a way to someplace you go regularly. We'll revisit that in a moment. Back at the safe house, Tyr and Zai, do you do anything before you come back? And what is the fate of the statuette? Tyr does know the madam and know that, like, if you have to get something to the cult in shadows as high up as fast as possible, you'd go give it to her and tell her. Do you do that?
After my 4 hours of rest, I will try and pour a point of key into the statue.
So you touch a finger to the base and you release the key point. The statue moves. So before,
Thank fucking goodness we're not there to witness
the
this.
left arm was down and the right arm was up. When you do that, it shifts. The stone fluidly moving, almost like Zion's arms, but there's no joints or anything else that would logically allow this to happen. It's still stone, right? But either way, it happens. You get a hazy feeling when you do this. Roll me a wisdom save.
Oh.
Oh god.
Oh god. Oh
You got wisdom
god.
right? Oh no.
Your head gets a little fuzzy when you do this. And Zai, are you still there and witnessing this?
I would definitely not leave him alone.
Alright. Are you gonna study the events closely?
Yeah, if I think it's hurting him, I'll try to pull it away from him, but until
It
then,
shows
I
no
let him
si-
try.
It shows no sign of hurting him. Roll me to investigate.
Yeah, I'm good at this. 16?
Yeah, it does seem like his eyes maybe like glaze over a little behind the mask, but more importantly, when the arms shift over, a central diamond-shaped panel at the base moves in, and there's a visible symbol there, and
It's a friendly symbol, right?
it's hard to look at without like a certain, due to how shallow the grooves are. It's hard to see it without like a certain trick of the light. but as you rotate and move around, you definitely get the sense that it means protection.
Say that one more time. It means protection.
It means protection.
Okay.
You couldn't say what language it's in, nor could you pronounce any associated word. It's more of an prevailing sense of an iconography, despite the fact that it almost looks like a script. It's hard to say. If so, it would be a single glyph. And Tyr, your head goes a little hazy, and you have vague memories and dreams. You see the walls of a crystalline keep, and days gone by or days ahead, and then after a moment, you're back in the room. Oh, and the arms moved. Your head is too hazy to take in any of the particular details. Do you share any particular details or remark on them?
I will let him know everything that happened, assuming he wants to know whatever he was doing. Tyr, you okay? I don't know what you're doing, but you did something to it. Whatever you did worked, I think. Were you okay there?
Yeah, just feels a little weird. Is the script still there at the bottom?
It is, although unless it's pointed out to you, your eyes will gloss over it.
I do let him know. Like, so, whatever you did, make this writing come up, and I can't tell you why I know, but I feel like it says protection on it.
Do I understand it?
I don't understand it.
Can Tyr read it, or is it just some scribbling?
So
Scribbles.
you think that you know what it is. Roll me a religion with advantage. You know that this is a sacred sign of Amoros. She is a ranger, and she leaves her own ranger's marks in places. This is protection, which is an inversion of the hunt. It's meant to evoke a campsite or a like secluded cave. It's got almost like natural walls curved around it around a central point, and it pops out to become the hunt, which is presumably what the form that was related to giving advantage on ranged attacks. What it does now, you don't know because it hasn't been powered by a ritual with the gem since it's changed over. But if you had to take a guess, given everything else about the statuette, the properties you've seen, and what you know about Amoros, you get the feeling it would provide protection to a small area around the statuette. Also, thank you to 25 Games for the raid. Pull up a chair and ask yourselves, are you going to bring this fucking statuette back to the house, guys? They might kill us. They might kill us anyway. And in that way, join the party. Yeah, you think that you've basically switched it over to protection mode, and that these sacred signs of Amoros are incredibly legitimate. They are modeled after they are the real sacred signs of Amoros. That's not knowledge just anybody has. So you're starting to think that this statuette, even though it had fallen into Marcus' hands as just like he's a fan of Amoros, has an incredibly legit origin.
Right. I'll take a short rest to regain my key point, and then let's go to that underground bar.
Yeah, you go to the establishment, you go to the lounge, 225 Games, thank you for the follow. You can name a generic NPC if you'd like to be given to a random enemy or a member of a crowd.
I and hopefully won't die.
Yeah, you guys go to the like the bordello with the hookah lounge underneath, and you find the madam. She is a handsome hobgoblin who with a sharp look, and she recognizes you two instantly, and invites you to her office on the pretense of discussing business. And then she says, "What do you have for me?" To take it, we have serious business.
Very serious.
Put the statue on the table.
She looks at
And
it.
I'll look to Zai
Her
to
jaw.
give the gem.
Mm-hmm. You hand over the gem?
I look at Zai. I think Zai has it.
Yeah, so Zai, are you handing over the gem?
Yeah, I would hand over the gem.
She takes it, she weighs it, she looks at the statuette, and she says, "A combination like this is significant. No one's performed a ritual with this, have they? I heard something happened last night, although I haven't received Elman's report yet."
Someone has performed a ritual on this.
She nods and
Yeah.
says, "I'll get it in a lead-lined box and be sure that it's out of the city by nightfall. By next nightfall." She says it's still like early morning light, and she's like, "This is an incredibly powerful item, but when its full effects are used, it's possible that enemies can detect it."
Ooh, Jesus.
So yeah, we need to get this someplace safe.
Yeah, she says, "Don't worry."
Who are you sending
Okay.
it to?
And she says, she looks between the two of you and says, "Well, normally I wouldn't even tell you that, but Tyr is here and Tyr's already met them. Let's just say it's going downriver to friends with lower roofs and wider platters. And you'd know, Tyr, that you came here by way of Midori Shire in the east, which is a halfling shire province, which borders Cathadak. Based on what she said, it sounds like she's sending it to the operation. Like there's a shadow network base there. You've been there. You're pretty sure she's sending it there, and you know that it's really well defended. And as far as anybody knows, there's no significant. As far as you know, there's no Fey plot big presence in Midori Shire. She says, we value secrecy here, but I can understand why you'd be concerned. This is an important item, and your retrieval of it will not go unrewarded."
A lot. A lot was sacrificed to get this safe and get it away. Whoever was, I don't even know what was going for it. Those creatures cannot have this.
I assure you, we'll do everything in our power to keep it away from them. It's good that you found it. I'm sure it will be put to good use when it's somewhere safe. And, yeah, she basically says, "And I'm sure when you check your tab, you'll find your efforts were well worth it." And
You have a tab?
she's speaking in euphemism here, but she means that you're gonna get paid. So you guys, Zion Tier, your business is done. On the walk back to the house, do you say anything in particular?
I mean, not particularly.
Alright. So this is 5 hours after Ver and Azizi went off. So Ver and Azizi are gonna wake up before Tyr and Zai are back, but Zai and Tyr are gonna arrive around when it's time to go get fresh produce for, cooking adventures. But here's the thing about that. There is no fresh produce. There is day-old stuff, and it's marked up to hell. There's not much of it. It's going fast.
Vera's gonna complain. It's like, why the fuck are the price so high?
And yeah, why indeed are the prices so damn high?
Too damn high. Probably should heal.
Yeah, and you gain a long rest. Gain the benefits of a long rest.
Yeah.
all that jazz. Any doors that should be closed are closed. And yeah, you guys make it back. You have a full rest. All your shit's back. And you guys know that there's been another killing. And people are starting to say, whatever you gotta do, get out of the shield. It's a bloodbath.
Jesus.
And yeah. You guys hear about the locations. You know there's been one by the shrine. You know there's been one right outside your house. Oh, there's been one a bit to the east, a bit to the south, and one to the north. So,
is there some like weird pattern to this?
Do you want to
Probably.
try and draw it?
Yeah.
Okay, so you sketch the shield. First of all, do you guys think you have a map, or or are any of you particularly talented at like calligraphy or something like that, or cartography?
Is anyone good at drawing?
I always, on the assumption we have a map, just because we have a map, like, you know, that we use, but
Yeah,
I
no, like
don't
you
know if that's a
have
good
the map
assumption.
with the table and like the knife stabbed into it and all that jazz. You unroll it. You mark on it like, or you use a piece of paper to describe down. Give me an investigate. Anybody who wants to think about the locations.
Investigate. Investigation.
Ah, yes, there we go.
No, you guys, those rolls make it easy to make it seem like Ver's the big brain bird.
Look, I'm only 2 off, okay? Actually, no. We got the exact same roll. You just have a slightly more intelligence.
You know what? That's not the one. That's not what the numbers say, Casey. So
No, literally the difference
I
is
know.
the
this is my
stats.
modifiers. Yeah. Kai, why do you have a +1? Or why do you have a +3? Oh, it's because you're proficient in it? Is that what that means?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. So you guys okay, so it's easy. You check out the map and you're like, huh, there's like a long gap. I wonder what would happen if you put a line between. And Ryojin, you're both looking at it. It looks weird, maybe a triangle with a dot far away. But if you look at the way it's oriented with a topographical consideration for the hill, and you let each of them be a line down to the base, it would almost look like the feathers of an arrow. And thus far, there have been it is the 5th day, and this is the 5th killing. Important note here. There's like the arrows connect to shafts. There is a triangle with like a central point along its longest arc. 5. And Azizi, it looks like maybe an upside down arrowhead. That's odd. Maybe pointing towards the gate. But why is the shaft going the wrong way? And then Ryojin, you tap it. And you know the last... If you were making an arrowhead with this, depending on how long you were making the arrow, the tip would be Roland's ring.
Of course.
It's quite close to your house. You could easily walk there.
Well, I don't know if this is part of the thing, but it's pointing to the ring. We want to find out what the killings are all about. I don't know if they actually concern us, but yeah.
Roland's been a long time friend to us. He's always helped us out when we needed it.
It's like a normal like connected dot, right? Like where like a line is drawn from each point.
Yeah, so you're assuming that there is a line, not to each point, but to close. Like, it's semi-interpretive, right? Because if you drew lines to some of them, then it would almost look more like a lance pointing towards the shrine. You have to separate the dots between the shafts.
But
And
it's
then-
not like a point will just be in the middle of a line. Like it like whenever there's a point, it does change angles, right? It's not like a
Slightly.
line with some
it's-
dots on it.
I meant to draw this. I'm sorry. Let me load up the fucking Cathator map and draw this really quickly. Because I think that that's actually not true. I think one of the points is just... Alright, hold on. Boop. Boop.
And the point is missing, right?
Yeah. The final
point
one
is
is missing, yeah.
Okay.
Where are you drawing this?
On the overworld map.
We're still in the gang handout.
4,
hideout map.
I think
I think he's gonna do that first, then move us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And okay, and I'm gonna. Yeah, hold on. And yeah, so like one of them kind of does int, but one of them does. So like there's a middle diamond if you think about drawing an arrowhead and choosing to show how the arrowhead pops out by drawing it as a diamond, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, so there is a slight angle change. I just can't get it like perfect.
Okay, yeah. And has there been a pattern like who's been dying that's discernible, or?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys have been keeping an ear to the street, you'd know that it's normally locals. There's not a lot of passers-by getting killed. Overall, that fits with the Tanlyn Town Tanner's MO. Tends to kill people near where they live.
Yeah.
In the market, sorry, continue.
Wait, does Ver point out that he thinks that Roland's Ring is the next point, or?
Yeah, I pointed out. I told like, oh, if the patterns, if there is a pattern, it's pointing over here.
I honestly don't see it, but I take your word for it.
The Tyr and Zyra are like, maybe. You know.
Yeah, sure. Arrowhead. Yeah.
Yeah, patterns. Yeah, math.
Yeah, so you guys back in the hideout. You guys are like, well, Ryojin, there's like shit prices in the market. You hear about the killings, you come back and do some stuff. There is a knock on your front door, and something slides under it. I don't know who.
Mysterious letter. Does anybody want to see what that is?
Yeah, does anybody want to go check out what that is? Oh, by the way, how do you clean up your... Did anybody clean up the attack from last night? Or is there still just, like, broken bits of shit and, like, the table is upended?
I guess not.
Well,
Yeah,
at
we're
least...
bro.
Sorry, go ahead.
I say we're. Yeah, I went. I just like, yeah, okay. We can take care of that tomorrow.
Yeah, it sounded like we kind of came back late. Like we left immediately, and we also came back late.
Yeah.
So.
I guess like more like after Zai and Tyr came back, at that point Zai would have long rested, so he would start cleaning his stuff up, casting prestidigitation, however many fucking times it needs to be clean again.
Yeah,
Also, Zizi wants to tinker at some point to just replenish stock.
Yep. But before that happens, does anybody go get the letter?
Sure.
Yeah, Zizi will pick it up.
Oh,
Alright, so you go get the letter. It is written in common. It's a folded piece of paper. And it says, if you want to help me catch the Tanlyn Town Tanner, meet me at the Piss and Vinegar. Signed, an S.
Is you're just gonna look at that letter? It's like, is someone like listening in on us? Like we were just talking about this.
Are we supposed to meet someone else sometime? Maybe?
Tonight, you are offered to you've been offered truce and to meet at the Watari Mono Stone Shrine, which is the central graveyard and shrine of the south side. Tonight. This person is just saying, hey, come over here. Like right now. So do you want to go now, or do you want to go later, or do you want to go not at all to that one? That's your choice. Similarly, you don't have to go to Watarimono Stone Shrine ever, but tonight would be the night that you'd be meeting with, presumably, the Shinobi. So...
I mean, we don't have much to go on, so I would like to go to both.
Yeah.
Sure.
Shouldn't we also tell our buddy, like, hey, maybe watch out tonight? I mean, does he live there?
Roland? But
Roland,
he also said he's really close by, so it's not that far off from where we are now.
Roland
Yeah.
lives near you guys. Literally, it's like a minute and a half or less if you're hurrying walk from your back door to the ring. Like you can get there real quick. So you want to go north. You want to go to the Piss and Vinegar. But
Yeah, I guess we're.
And
guess we're
beforehand,
meeting that guy.
Azizi, do you want to do your tinkering beforehand? An important note, if you would do, you are running low on powder, and the DC to successfully re-up will be higher until you replenish by some means.
I also need to replenish 4 sticks, by the way. So there's that. There's the Tinker's kit. There we go.
Okay, yeah. You managed to scrape by, but you are going to need to buy more stuff.
So do I get to up all the way to max, or?
Yeah, you're up to
Okay.
max on everything, but like literally, it doesn't matter how good your next test is. Like there
Yeah.
not enough here.
Yeah. So best pick this carefully. Choose it into this. Let's do. Oh, I only need to replace 3. Okay, so. But yeah, let's go then.
Awesome. So, guys are here and having a good time. Azizi goes upstairs, fixes up some bombs, and would you guys like to go visit the Piss and Vinegar?
Sounds like the move.
Yeah. I think we would head to Roland first to let him know.
Oh no, I'm gonna ask.
Oh yeah. So you want to hit up Roland?
What was that, Darren?
Gonna ask. Sudoku's like, you got rid of that like thing, right?
Yeah, we handed it off to I don't remember her name.
I haven't given her one name. Her name is Vrasha.
I've given it to Rasha, well, I guess our method of contact besides Karth. And he sent it away
Thank God.
for both of your wishes.
I hope it was your wish too.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Again, we agreed on that one point.
Now then, you arrive. So you guys want to go to the the blood dirt pit arena?
Yes. At least I would. I don't know if we all need to go or not.
I don't see why we wouldn't go as a group.
Oh my goodness, you're I'm gonna put the old art doppelgangers in a side room so you can appreciate them. You
What
guys,
do you mean?
you'll see. You guys descend into the pit. There's sounds of violence and bear baiting. People are packed in here. Bloodsport is more popular, and so is betting. People are desperate and looking kind of, haggard.
Was this place always this busy, or is this new?
I mean, this place gets pretty rowdy.
And Permick the tender's like, "Oh, care for a mug? Haven't seen you in almost a week." And yeah, you see Roland. Roland is, lurking, as if though a prominent shadow between two of these stone pillars.
I'm still in the gang hideout map.
Yeah,
Yes.
I haven't fucking loaded the map.
Okay.
My bad. Activate.
Well, I mean, do we see him just like sneaking around all weirdly in his own club?
No, I mean like
Uh,
he stood there between two of his boys. Like he's not hiding.
Okay. I thought he was like sneaking around. I was like, why is he sneaking?
No, he's watching. The fight is intense. There's the ripping of flesh, the tossing of coin, battle in general. So yeah, y'all want to come up to him?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what else? Well, you know what he says when you approach. He holds up his hand and he says, "Stop! It's time for the 10-minute break." Back at 10:35.
I was waiting for that.
10:45 p.m. Eastern. My bad. I knew we were getting close, and I ran over it because we managed to get so much
Oh.
done.
Everybody clap your hands.
Is that what he says afterwards?
Of course.
Does everyone start clapping their hands?
Of
Everyone
course.
does that, but you're just
Aren't
like,
you?
very confused.
All right, gamers.
All right. I'll see you guys after the break.
10 minutes.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, baguette, baguette, baguette. Indeed, I had a little baguette with some cheese. Also, hi everyone. I'm a little Lee pot, short and stout. Here are my love handles, and here is my spout.
Here are my love handles. I like that one.
Mm-hmm. All right, dreamers. You know, Keith is back. Is Shin back? Shin, we're going for the win.
Yeah, I'm back.
Did the singing
Oh.
with the rhyme help?
Sorry. The person who typed back was me, not Azizi.
Oh.
I didn't realize all our tokens were selected.
Oh. Whoops.
That's my bad.
It's all good. In the neighborhood. But yes, so you enter into the arena. You have to duck by the stones on your way in.
Why is it all like red? Is it like from the torchlight or something?
Yeah, so there's like this orangish glow from the torchlight.
Look at the wrong group of tokens. So, like, should we just go up and tell them, hey, your arena might be part of some weird, like, pattern that the killer's doing? And this place might be next,
I've seen this somewhere before. Everyone within this shape is going to die.
Does Easy say that out loud?
No.
I wish.
Where is he, anyways?
Where's what?
We're all to the left.
No, where is he?
You see Roland the Ringer is here at the edge. He's standing between two of these older flange stones that point up towards the ceiling at the edge of the old ring.
And how likely is it that a lot of people here would know thieves can't?
Definitely the Red Ringers who work here, and plenty of the half the people, probably.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you wanted to shout something and thieves can't, you'd probably pick it up. But you do know that Roland has several side rooms, and he let you use one to speak privately before, so... Yeah, I mean, you come in and you notice the Red Ringers kind of like give you like a sup nod and look at each other, and then they look at each other, and they look at each other. And, yeah.
Is that unusual, like that they look at each other?
No, it's just like they seem to be informing Roland, and Roland, he sees you. He kind of like waves you over.
He just wants to go check out what's going on in the ring really quick before going over to.
All right, so you see, so they're pulling back a brown bear from some bear baiting, and into the ring steps a masked traveler, and across from him descends an armored stranger. And they kind of like have their weapons out, and A red ringer holds up a hand and says, "Place your bets, first blood." And yeah, both of the armored stranger has a single daikatana in both hands. The masked traveler, katana one hand, wakizashi other hand. One of them rotated backwards. And it seems people are putting bets down.
It's easy to put a bit on the mass traveler.
Yeah, and they're like, "Alright, how much?" As they're like going around and taking the bets.
10 gold, sure.
They give you a red token. And
Can we look and inspect both these fighters?
yeah, you can.
Oh yeah, we
What
have
do you
the
want?
power of insight on our side. I'm a fool.
What do you want me to roll?
What are you looking for? Are you trying to learn about their disposition, their intent, any details in their garb?
Mostly detail in their garb.
Okay, roll me an investigate. Or perception.
Actually, nah, because he's just gonna respect the guy who doesn't go with armor.
So, the armored stranger is wearing interwoven plate armor, scale mail, and a more traditional helmet. And the break screen breaks just to show you that. And yeah, so the armored stranger on his daikatana is a pretty unmistakable symbol for those who are looking very closely. It seems to be like the green fist of Cathadak, which wouldn't be too uncommon here. But the colors are all different. Where there should be gold, there's green. And you can't help but notice that he does seem to be wearing like a green shirt under this. And there seems to be a certain... it looks like homespun rough weave. Some sort of stitched pattern. And you can't help but note, like, but based on the what you can see, and he is wearing armor, you can't see through it. It looks like it's the kind of thing that somebody's been sleeping in the wilds in for a long time. His armor looks like it has new plates on it, but the underlying chassis, and in particular the helmet, are old. Possibly his father's or even his grandfather's, if kept in good condition, but seen plenty of battle. You got nicks here and there. His daikatana is pretty impressive. The wave of the hamon indicating fine craftsmanship and adroit hand. Meanwhile, the masked traveler is definitely he's got baggy clothes to ambiguify where his body is, but they're loose and easy to move in. He has many extra weapons inside of his clothes. It looks like throwing daggers, maybe even a small box-like thing that might be a fold-out crossbow. And he's definitely got room on his legs and arms and around his torso for many pockets. And with the gleam, you see the ends of throwing weapons and the like. He also definitely has an extra wakizashi stowed in there. His grip on the blades is expert. The weapons are of fine craftsmanship, but nondescript in origin. If it weren't for a certain nature of the pattern on the hilts, they look like a generic pattern, black with gold and some gray, but where the gold and gray has been inverted. Maybe it means nothing, but it seems like a deliberate inversion of a particular symbol.
So all these guys are just like rebels.
Well, the armored stranger you could guess is a green brand.
Mm-hmm.
The other guy, he's armed to shit, and there's something about a very subtlety to the hilt, a completely deniable one. If anyone were to approach him, the sort of thing anyone might do with the weapon they were selling, and You know, this was probably like, if this guy told you that he just bought it like this, you would totally believe him.
Mm-hmm.
But
What did ZZ bet on again?
she bet on the
I
Mass
bet on-
Traveler.
Oh, I think that's a pretty safe bet.
Plus
Yeah.
armor. Armor's for cowards.
Yeah.
It's also
Meanwhile,
for first blood,
Yeah.
so
Zai and Tyr, where are you headed?
Zai's gonna hang back where he's at, lean against the pillar.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a bit of a rough hue to this ancient stone. It's almost like you're leaning against a Stonehenge pillar. Tyr, you're also between one of them. Does anybody else place a bet?
No.
I'll bet against a ZZ just for funsies.
All right. There is
I think the Mass Traveler will win.
There was a kick in the almost like fine sand dirt in the blood-soaked sands. And the armored stranger swings his daikatana. And at the same time, the masked traveler swings his katana and his wakizashi. And, yeah, so in the whirlwind assault of the masked traveler, the armored stranger brings their blade down and cuts through. The guard of their offhand weapon is insufficient when brought down with the strength and force of the armored stranger. As it clatters through, there is a cut to their garment. And it's not yet clear if blood has been drawn, as the masked traveler's blade dances under a scale and cracks it off. The two slide away. And after a heartbeat, you can see red blood on the tips of both weapons. They turn to face one another. And people start to shout, "Bullshit!" Or, "It was the guy with the big one!" "No, it was the dual wielder!" And someone was like, "Yeah, I mean, this guy is dual wielding. You must think he's hot shit, right?" And Roland walks up and he's like, hey. And he looks at his boy who was at the ring. His boy whispers something in his ear. And he says, "Armored stranger." And everybody lets out a cry of bullshit. Who didn't vote for the armored stranger?
joined in that.
Yeah, and they're like, and he's like, "Never bet money you're not willing to lose, folks." As money flies. Ryujin, you've doubled your money. Azizi, you do not reclaim your coin.
I just give her back to Tango. Here you go, ZZ.
Yeah, the masked stranger,
Kitty.
masked traveler and armored stranger kind of like look at each other before freeing off their weapons and climbing out of the pit.
That, and also I
Surprisingly-
hold the party fund right now, so
And someone said, "That was boring. This fight was over in like 10 seconds. Come on. Let's get some blood." Someone chants, "Boar baiting, boar baiting." We already had the boar baiting. And Roland's like, "Come on, everyone. Don't worry. Next up, we have an event that's sure to dazzle. But first, get new drinks. And
A word
a
from our
special
sponsor.
deep fried river creature. Trust me, my intestines have never known anything like it." It was like, "Ooh, ah." As he sees, you know, his eyes there, and he steps back and sinks into the shadows once the tension's off him and on the red ring at the edge of the ring. And he's like, "Hey, Zai, how's business? I hear the war has gone your way. Bunch of those fucks wound up dead, right?"
Yeah, the people that need to die are dying. It's good for business. But,
"Yeah, this time next week, Shadow Network's gonna run Tanlyn Town, or what?"
yeah. Can we get into a quiet room?
"Sure, Zai. I think this is about business." He gives a nod and he's like, "All right, boys, open up the storage room. Hey, Benny finished with the lizard shit, right?" And and someone's like, "Yeah, boss, just finished mucking it out." "All right, good. It might smell a little, but you know, that's the nature of the business."
Hey, Roland, you got a spot open for me after this whole business is done?
And Roland's like, "Oh, it's easy. A crowd favorite, I'm sure, but no bombs. I can't have this whole place coming down on me."
I know. Not even tiny ones.
He's like, I'm sorry, it's part of the insurance policy. You're not
Yeah,
sure
but
if you
you
could
got a
take
spot
out.
free?
Not sure if you could take out an insurance policy on like a cavity under a public square that seems to be like, you know, ancient megalithic architecture combined with like public work that he's just squatting in. But you know, he walks you into the back corner, the same corner room you guys had your conversation in before. Some of his guards join you, but mostly they don't. They mostly stand watch at the door.
Well, Roland, this isn't any official business. It's just well, let's say a message among friends.
And T, are you joining them? Oh, you are. You're already in there.
Yes.
Excellent. Even the DM didn't see T, he moved so stealthily. Yeah, and Roland's like, sure. What's the news, friends?
So
you're just gonna stand at the door. No, he's not gonna be in his room.
oh, I was gonna say Verosian, but I guess if he's not gonna be in the room, well, you know the
Azizi pointed out too.
oh, yeah, that's fair. Remember the Tanlyn Tanner? How this character's been making a ruckus, killing
Yeah, it's 5 days running.
what seems randomly.
Yeah?
Well, we were looking into it. You know, it's pretty close to home. We should know what's going on or what's gonna happen next. We think this place is being targeted next. I don't know if it's you, if it's one of your people, but
And he's like,
we think
fuck.
this is the next spot.
Think they're gonna hit the ring? When?
I'm assuming tonight, but I don't know.
He looks back at his boys, and his boys look at him. And he's like, fuck. Do you think the killing's gonna happen here? Or they're after one of us?
I'm sorry, my friend, I don't know. But drawing this out, the pattern leads here. I don't know if you've made well, we all know you've made some enemies. I don't know if someone's holding a long grudge, or if this is something to hit some other part of the organization, but
Yeah, I'll shit a fucking brick of Earthblood Fortress if it turns out that I shortchanged the Tanlyn fucking Tana betting on my ring fights all these years.
Well, I mean, looks like they're mostly focused on location. Otherwise, you can't really draw a pattern if you're trying to hit people. But pretty sure you live close to here, so just watch your back tonight.
He rubs his forehead and he's like, fuck, I mean, we could close the ring for the night. I don't want to go fucking home. But I'm running up against the last of these siege monies everybody's got. And I don't know how much longer this bullshit's gonna drag on. I kinda need the business.
All we're saying is someone's probably gonna die tonight here. Just make sure it's not you or anyone you need.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Fuck. Ugh.
I don't think there's been any witnesses, so as long as you stay with someone else, you should be fine, right?
Roland says, actually, I heard a story. I don't know how true it is. He leans in conspiratorially and says, Here the Eye caught a witness. They've been looking into this. Their agents coming and going, asking people questions, checking out all the sites, doing a more thorough job than the guard normally does.
Is there something? I mean, I can just do so. It's fine.
well, if the eye's involved, we definitely need to step out of it. But I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, Roland says, I mean, they've been investigating it the whole time and grabbing at straws. Honestly, I don't think they get anywhere, but they do have a witness. He shrugs. Maybe they at least know what the killer looks like.
Yeah, that's all we had for now. Just keep
Thanks.
an eye out. Clear out or double up.
Yeah. Roll me a persuasion to convince him of the severity of the situation.
Persuasion. Do I get any help from Azizi and other people? And Tears very intense staring.
Yeah, because easy give him advantage.
As easy can give advantage, yeah.
Let's go.
He's like, yeah, you're right. We're gonna wrap this up after the next big beast fight, and get everyone the fuck out of here. I don't want anyone getting killed on my account. Appreciate the info, Zai. I'll stay with.
Keep an eye on the beasts. If those get out, who knows what's gonna happen?
Someone's like, good point. Don't want him getting poached by Giddy Barkai's fucking menagerie. Alright. Alright, boys. Get ready to pack things up. Alright, boss. And he's like, I appreciate this, Zai. I owe you one. You're my best of the whole gang. And, Ryojin, you're walking around. Are you trying to take in anything in particular?
He's not here.
Oh, just kidding. I guess he's not taking anything in particular. So you guys wanna step out back into the ring and peace out?
Yeah, I think at this point we peace out.
Are you trying to take in anything in particular on your way out?
What do you mean by take anything? Like, are we trying to steal or?
No, take in. Like, are you focused on the people,
sorry.
the fights, anything like that? Or are you just like, you've done your business, it's time to go?
I would keep an eye on the mass traveler, stranger. Can't remember. The one that was in the fighting ring earlier.
There is a mass stranger and a mass traveler and
an armored stranger.
Yeah, an armored stranger. Yeah.
I'm more interested in the masked one than the armored one, but I wouldn't like stick around just for that.
By the time you're out, you don't see that guy anymore.
Okay.
Although the armored stranger does seem to like catch your eye on the way out and kind of gives you a nod. He doesn't say anything though. So you guys want to head to the Piss and Vinegar, yeah?
I think so.
Or we'll try to avoid grabbing these torches.
Torchdo 2.0 isn't coming with us?
No. Yeah, and Casey, I'm assuming there's nothing in particular you want to do in the arena before y'all leave?
Nope.
Me. Yeah, you guys walk the streets of town. There's been battles, there's been blood. Not all the corpses in Viscera are fully cleaned up. Some are just like stashed in nearby buildings. It's pretty fucked. But, you know, life goes on. Look at the Piss and Vinegar. You know that this is a War Dancer bar, and when you come in, you see a big board. It's
Wait, actually,
Hmm?
quick question: did we figure out anything about the actual like killer besides he has a pattern, or?
You mean historically or just today?
No, in the past, I thought like we may have thought it might have been really some face shit.
You
but
you think that the killer could be a were snow leopard?
we probably should have mentioned that. We should probably.
It's not like
that.
Ryojin told everyone that. But,
Oh
you
wait,
know,
wait.
don't
Did,
remember.
wait, actually, did Ryojin share that info with the party? Is it really
I
important?
definitely did share that info with everyone
Oh,
there.
okay. I thought you. Okay.
Well, with the group, that's. But I was not in the room.
All right.
So.
Did you guys tell what's his face, Orlin?
Rolling that.
Zai said what he said.
All right. The door opens.
Easy just like on the way out was like, didn't we figure out it was like a big cat or something?
Wait, did you guys not mention that to him?
I mean,
Look, I just kind of forgot until now.
we
You guys-
didn't really
What do you mean?
confirm that.
Pile in. Tier, something stands out to you. You see a board over the like counter right behind the bar, and it says Deadpool, and it's got like a few like running numbers, and the second highest is familiar to you, Bardiga. Somebody nearby goes like transo mode, puts a green glow to their dart, and tosses it. Hey, good shot! And someone's like, your technique is off. You need to hold your trance longer before you start fighting. someone's like, oh, perhaps they've taught that in your school. Dick waving ensues. The people see you coming in. They know who you are, so they don't really question it. But this is mostly a war dancer establishment. There is somebody in the corner though who also isn't a war dancer, and he has an embroidered S on his coat, and he nods as you come in.
You're just gonna look around like, huh? Do I know anything about war dancers? Wasn't the school aside for war dancers?
Am I technically a war dancer, or does it have to be like a trained thing?
It's a. So okay, Morenlos is subclass as barbarian, was adjacent to what a war dancer is.
Oh, okay, so
But
it's not
they
a
act-
barbarian.
They don't rage. They enter a trance.
Okay. So it's
And-
not all barbarians. It's like
Yeah.
specific schools. Okay.
So what you know is that they forsake an emphasis on like having magic weapons or anything like that in favor of making your body the weapon and channeling that essence through the weapon you're wielding, making it an extension of the self. And you know that like the glow of their weapon comes when they enter their battle trance.
Got it. Also, would No Name be willing to deliver a letter?
That was about the type of response. Are you asking for it to be delivered to Roland or to someone else?
Roland.
Yeah.
He needs to be alive if I'm gonna go enter his fighting ring, right?
Is that what you're worried about? Not being able to fight in the ring? Okay, no, I just want to make sure.
No, that's a
Fireworks.
blown up trip. It's not that far.
So why are we in this war dancer? Why are we in this bar again?
We were
Isn't
called
this
here.
the mysterious letter?
Yeah.
Do you guys want to get drinks while I sit down first? Or do you guys want to all go together?
Oh yeah, sure, I'll get a drink.
I mean,
I
they
like
don't
a
really know
good-
what
I like a good whiskey sours.
Yeah, they've
I
got
don't really know what you look like all the time. Like
they've
you
got
eat-
alcohol. Lemons are 4 times. Anything with a lemon in it is now 4 times the price, or any other citrus.
What the fucking shit? Excuse me.
Hey, that sour ain't cheap. You know
We're
what?
just like, never mind.
Yeah,
I'll take a beer.
yeah, that's still relatively the same price, but even then, like, all prices are inflated in the city right now.
Yes, but I'm not gonna fucking
Yeah,
pay 4 times as much for
they
fucking.
pour you a proper stein full of beer, and Zai, you step up. Tyr, do you join him at the table?
Just so you know, I asked like you guys can get drinks. I'll sit down first if you guys want, but you guys can come with me. Is what I was saying earlier. Sorry, Lee. What were you saying?
I was asking people where they were going to be, but I'll assume you are where you are on the map. That's my current assumption. There is drinking at the bar, and everyone's like, chug, 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 as he just starts to down it. Yeah, a man says, I'm glad you came quickly. I believe we have an important business matter to discuss. I think we'll mutually profit from this endeavor.
Whom is this being said to?
Zion Tier.
Okay.
So before we get into this, we would like to know, who are you?
Of course. I'm Zudak. I'm a man from across the bridge. I take a particular interest in the suffering of my city. Unfortunately, ever since Getty Varkar's violent suppression, I don't think it's too verboten to say it out loud now, considering how things are going. The common meat has been cut off. There's been no way for the average person to express displeasure with the state of affairs. Affairs like the killer. He leans in a little bit and says that more quietly. He's not trying to advertise to everyone what he's talking about. I'm a man of some means, but my means peter out past the bridge. You are important local figures, capable. I
We
think
are?
I have information that could be of assistance to you, if I'm right, that you want to catch the Tanlyn Town Tanner.
So you're a concerned citizen.
I'm concerned and I am a citizen.
And why do you say this is beneficial for both of us? What do you get out of this?
And he says, right now, there's war and chaos. Now, these things are natural to the Aurorii. The nobles of the Hearth know what conflict means. But these killings, there's something else. It's insidious. It's not just a plot. It's fear. Fear that stills brave men's hearts. Fear that lurks. Fear that will only grow the closer war gets to home. They're fighting on the West District Bridge still, you know. And the fighting's gonna reach the hill. I don't have any grand illusions about how this war is ending. But the peace afterwards, that's up for grabs. I think the Tanlyn Town Tanner needs to get dealt with before this gets any worse. He's gone from whoever they are have gone from once a month to once a day. If those walls fall, who's to say how many they could kill unnoticed? Who could say they'd even stay here?
I
think
agree
this,
with you. Tanlyn Town needs to be taken down.
exactly. I want to live in a Cathadak where people aren't afraid to leave their homes at night and hold their heads high. And when they say that they can stand and face whatever life shows them, they'll be telling the truth. Not a comforting lie. So, he leans in. That's what I get out of this. The Tanlyn Town Tenor defeated. I know that my city will be safe. Not from the war, but from this terror.
I whispered a tear in... I'm assuming he knows Elvish. In Elvish,
Mhm.
Do you recognize this man?
He's not there.
Yeah.
Oh, is he not?
the-
Oh
yeah.
my god.
In the meantime, can Azizi just try discreetly look around the room to see if anyone else is trying to eye their conversation?
Or eavesdropping.
Yeah, sure. Roll me an insight or investigate.
Most definitely this one. Nope, I'm not. No, don't give me half proficiency. Don't give me double proficiency. There we go.
Yeah, so it seems like most of them don't give a shit. Although at the mention of Getty Varkar, some people do turn angrily, but then when they hear that they're saying negative things about Getty Varkar, they're like, oh, okay. And lose interest. That being said, the bartender seems like a man who keeps a keen ear, and you suspect he's hearing anything not said in a more hushed tone.
Okay. Well,
Not only that, but
alone.
the bartender has like a look in his eye, like he's not quite looking forward. Like his pupils are like ever so slightly dilated. And you think that you've seen this look before. And when you see the person like stance up for the darts again, you see it as well. They're entering the battle trance. You think this guy is always battle trancing, the bartender.
Huh.
That's
Okay, I
strange.
guess there's bar fights or something. Gotta be ready. I don't know. Aziz is gonna try to loudly challenge someone to a drinking contest over here.
Yeah, so this man with this, so you bumpify this guy. This dude with the fine chapeau says, "Ah ha ha! I'll raise you one better. I can defeat you and your companion in a drinking contest, and points to Ryojin.
Yeah, Bear, let's go. And like
Alright.
she'll not try to keep her voice down.
Yeah, the bugbear voice meets you in boisterousness, and roll me a con save.
What did I? Both of us?
If you're drinking with him.
Veer's just like, I guess. Oh gosh. Wait. There we go.
Jeez.
Damn.
Yeah, the frou-frou bugbear voice is all
He's already drunk.
has already had too much to drunk. There's some sloppy drinking happening as Zai and Tyr hang out with Sudak.
Veer just like sipping. It's like, what's going on again? Why am I? I don't even like beer this much. Why am I doing this?
So Zai and Tyr, what are you saying to Sudak?
Well, I want to whisper to Tyr in Elvish. Do you recognize this man?
Yeah, Tyr, you don't
The
reckon.
one right in front of us?
Yeah.
No.
So, Sudak, I like to see concerned citizens, especially people who want to keep the streets safer. And I appreciate you coming out to the I don't want to say local authority, but I actually don't know the word for this. Like,
Mhm.
I appreciate you reaching out to us to help you solve this, but I understand who you are. Who are you affiliated with? You said you have connections. Who are your connections? You seem to know about us well enough.
Sudak says, I used to be a man who frequented the common meat. And I know the scions of business and preeminent speakers of the day. Of course, most of them have hung by now. Did you know that the common meat is a circular arena with benches pressed into the ground where people can gather to argue about affairs of commerce and goings-on? And people who have a big influence there can bully prices and dictate terms almost like a guild can. And it was sort of like the radical consensus economic forum of the city, and anyone could go there, even though it was on the hill. Gedi Varkar hung the most and least prominent. Okay, Gedi Varkar hung the most prominent speakers there, and then imprisoned the less prominent ones. And now, like, nobody goes there, but like Eel and I agents sometimes like lurk at the edge, and it's just kind of like eerily silent. So he's saying that he used to be somebody in like the business and like civic community, and that because that hasn't really existed under Gedi Varkar, like he still knows the people he knew, but a lot of them died. And he says, aside from that, he looks around the room, patronize some of the scholars of the lost ways.
Okay, so what are you looking from us? What are we here to help? What are we here to do?
I have the information, and this is your backyard. I tell you everything I know. You use the information to get the tanner. I've reached out to the families of some of the victims and concerned citizens. They're prepared to offer a reward.
As for you, are you looking for a name drop? Are you looking for cash, influence?
He says, if I were a younger man, I would offer to go with you myself. But, you know, now I've got 8 kids at home. And, you know, my wife, she has the gout. And, you know, healers aren't cheap.
Insight check.
Alright, yeah, give me an insight check. His wife does have the gout, and he does have 8 children. However, he's not being honest with you about the real reason he's not coming with you. And the next thing he says is, I just want the city to be a safe place, and I'm happy to play any part in making that happen. Isn't fully true, actually. You get the feeling he doesn't want the Tanlyn Town Tanner dead before the regime change happens for no particular reason, and you get the feeling the Getty Varkar hasn't purged him not because he just laid low at the common meat, but because some part of the story isn't true. Either he has other affiliations, or he's pumping you full of shit about who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's either an incomplete story or a completely false one. Tyr, you get some semblance of that. Mostly you get the sense this guy's being a little bit insincere, but you both get the sense that he's honestly offering you when he says, thus far the pool amounts to a little over 4 grand. Gold, of course. That's true. He's offering you this money if you kill the Tanlyn Town Tanner.
Reward's always nice, and appreciate your concern. But we have no history. I think we should talk in a more private place if you want to finish a deal.
Yeah, he thinks about that. He says, of course. Want to talk particulars? We could head somewhere else.
Do we know of a quiet place that we could duck into?
That isn't your hideout?
That is not our home.
I mean, there's a couple secluded alleyways. You could do this at any of a number of businesses.
I mean, I'm assuming he already knows where we live since he sent the letter. So having it at our place is probably not the worst thing.
Sure, do you want to take him there?
Yeah. I tell him 1 second, and I will go over to Azizi and Vern and ask if they're okay with this.
Sorry, you say you're gonna invite a stranger to our home, inside our home?
Yes, this is not the first time, and he already knows where we live.
Yeah, just because he knows where we live doesn't mean he can get in.
I mean, this is true. But us letting him in once is not gonna be... I mean, it could be the reason why he gets in later.
What's he want again?
Yeah, is he on again?
He wants us to take out the Tanlyn Tanner. And he's a very concerned citizen that's looking to make his part of town safer.
And what's the guards for?
The guards are useless. They can't do anything. They're there to clean up the bodies, basically.
And last time I said we just leave bodies for the guards, you're like, no, let's not do that. Now you're saying they clean the bodies.
I'm saying let's not leave a massacre at a doorstep.
Where are we getting out of this, huh?
Well, there is a hefty reward.
And it's just not after rewards.
I mean, and we get more information about this thing. It does seem to be killing around our neighborhood, our territory. And you know who else? This thing might be going after Roland.
Yeah.
You give him a heads up, but if we can take it out, I think we should.
Fine, whatever.
But
I take Azizi's hand and write out 4,000 gold. Or just, I guess, 4,000. And that's how much we get.
I guess we could make time for this.
I'm glad you see the money in this.
I suppose.
But what about our What about our goblin buddy though?
Our goblin buddy, Roland.
No,
Wait, I'm legitimately confused.
The
Elman?
one that we're the one that we don't know. She'll try like thieves
Kaiser?
can't- This yeah, she'll try thieves can't like like the guy who gives us our information and stuff. Like, do we have time for both? Thought you were worried about him too.
I mean, I am, but
No, our luck. They'll probably be like interconnected in some way.
maybe.
Because
But
we never have an easy time.
I mean, whatever information he gives us, we're gonna go and confirm it. But I mean, if we can, I don't know.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't set a deadline, I guess.
I don't think it might be tonight. It might not be. I don't think we're gonna stop him tonight either way. We've got shit we want to do. Either way, I say we bring him back to our place. We can have a quiet conversation without an audience.
I was gonna say it's plenty quiet here.
As you say
He just
boisterously,
gives
as,
him a look.
as,
After
as,
she's
as,
been,
as the
like,
guy is
yelling.
like wobbling around and everybody.
Yeah, it's like some drunk. There's an incredibly drunk person right next to Azizi, and another drunk guy.
Blah blah blah. This guy like falls
Azizi also just
over.
gives Vera a look after she's been like being loud and boisterous in drinking contests while they've been having their conversation.
My
Sar-
character
sar-
should be
it's
with you.
sarcasm. It's sarcasm, guys. Jesus.
So do you guys
I
want?
can crack jokes too, you know.
Did you guys bring Sudak with you? You were like, hey, let's go.
Yeah.
All right. And just for clarity, how do you travel with him? You just like walking next to him and leaving?
Walking down the street.
Yeah, I think so.
Sure.
We don't have
and-
any reason to be like super suspicious.
Yep. And just generally speaking, what's y'all's passive perceptions?
Team's the
And-
highest.
15.
Everyone but Vera. And I guess the imp I get
The imp is something lower.
yeah.
Imp's like 12.
Everyone but Vera and the imp.
Here. You notice that on your way home, you're a little more likely to run into groups of tough, armed-looking people, even though none of them seem to be doing anything in particular related to you or headed in your direction.
By tier, do you mean everyone was 15?
Sorry, yeah, no, wait, everyone with 15 notices that.
Okay.
I eye everyone else, and before we get to our hideout, I just keep walking and have him keep going.
Yeah, so you guys arrive at the hideout?
Yeah, but I don't want to go inside with that information.
Alright, so yeah, you guys are here. There's also abandoned buildings near if you want to take in one of the abandoned buildings.
Yeah, I think that's a better choice.
Can at some point can Azizi veer off and see if she still runs into?
Yeah, if you veer off for like 10 minutes, the answer is no. You don't still see that. Doesn't seem like you're being followed. Yeah, I'm assuming you come back and meet back up with the group near the hideout, and then you guys away into an abandoned building.
Yeah.
He comes in here and he's like, "Hey, isn't this one of
Can
the?"
Azizi just like keep taking a walk around? She trusts them with whatever this conversation is.
Sure. You
The
want...
imp will stick with his easy.
All right. What area are you taking a walk around?
She'll just. Oh gosh. She wants to. I guess like circle around this
Sure.
area.
Make me a perception check. I'm assuming you're keeping your eyes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's worried about like the building there and our hideout, but also like a little bit past, just so it's not obvious that she's like
A group
around
of
those
porters does seem to be a block over. For porters, they are carrying a few more weapons than you would expect. 3 big bugbears, 3 brawny hobgoblins, and 2 sly goblins. And they're kind of like, taking a break. They're passing around a wineskin, but you note that the wineskin has water in it, or at least severely watered down liquid. Which, I mean, good to hydrate. It is, spring heat's hitting. But normally people would be drinking hooch, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Unless they were on the job, so to speak. Not that people couldn't choose to, but they're all passing it around. And it's in a wineskin, so it's supposed to... It doesn't look like a water pouch. I mean, it's styled like a wine, like they're drinking wine. So, you note that group of, about like 7 people. Also, the imp makes me a wisdom save.
Huh.
Imp makes a wisdom save?
Correct.
Is this magical?
Yes.
Wow.
Are they like north, south, east, west?
They're west.
Okay.
They're like off the map to the west, and the imp shudders. Is like Imp's like, boss, I feel a holy presence or something. I don't know. Or like there's eyes out there. And Zai, you're here. You got the guy in the room. He's like, all right, I can tell you everything I know about the Tanlyn Town Tanner.
Well, before we get to that, who are all those people outside? And while I say that, the imp is gonna, I'm assuming, is on Azizi's head, like in her hair. He's gonna like tap the head and like, Azizi, something's wrong. There's a presence here.
And he says, "Well, people outside. This is your side of town."
Yeah.
Give me an intimidate.
People aren't following us, but you definitely have some people checking. Intimidate.
Yep. He holds up his hands and he's like, "Listen, I'm talking to Gang, preeminent member of the Shadow Network. Let's be frank here. You're dangerous people. So yes, there are some people nearby, and if I scream, they will come help me. If I don't scream, then they'll just piss off, having been paid to do nothing. I was concerned about reaching out, that's why I didn't do it sooner, but I heard you were reasonable individuals."
I would like to think we are. But I'd like to know all the details if possible. Who did you hire?
And he says, random thugs around town. And
I don't believe you.
he's like, well, there is one particular gang that's related to it. Are you familiar with the long shorts?
Am I familiar with the long shorts?
Yeah, they're the halfling gang that you guys used twice for your quick boat getaways.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I hired one of their lookouts. They came highly recommended.
So you hired a bunch of thugs in an eye.
A pair of eyes, yeah.
Insight check.
Sure. Okay, let me...
Honest when he says about a pair of eyes and there's actually 2 of them.
Okay, so he's telling you the truth about the fact that those people are thugs he paid, and he's telling you the truth about the lookout. But with that insight against his deception, you do get the sense that there's something he's probably holding out on about the nature of this arrangement, or about his own nature. it's unclear, but he tells you, like, they're just here for my protection. If I don't call for their protection, they'll just wander off.
All right, well, we're here to make a deal. Let's make a deal. I don't believe your story completely, but I believe we still have the same goal.
All right, let's get down to business. The Tanlyn Town Tanner has some ability to transform either partially or completely into a beast, but they're a person. I have spotty reports that their name is something like Bella or Stella. It's a long shot, but it's possibly the case. And I know that they're going to continue to strike into the shield. The next killing is going to be above ground, and the one after that below ground, in almost the same place. They hunt people near where they live, stalking them. They move around using the rooftops. They're incredibly agile and fast. Normally, the only traces they leave are damage on the shingles, because the shingles in Tanlyn Town are always in short repair and often falling off the sides. It doesn't come up nearly as much as it would in another district of town. It's possibly why they chose this area. I believe that they will prove weak to alchemical silver. Aside from that, he hesitates before saying, I think it's possible they have a patron or a director of some sort. I don't know if they're a warlock or have made some sort of other pact, but I think they're carrying out orders. That part comes from a divination performed at the Temple of the Stalwart Door. And you know the Temple of the Stalwart Door is the seat of religion in Cathadak. It's like the arch temple.
Okay.
And he says, they got a bad vibe from it, but they said it was nothing hellish in nature. Doesn't mean it's good, just means that we're not talking about a demon worshipper.
Interesting you say that.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the information. Before you go, are you sure you don't want to come clean with your story?
He looks at you and says, let's be honest. Neither of us are the cleanest men, but we are professionals. I give you my word. You'll have your $4,000 when the Tanner is dead.
That's not my concern.
What's your concern?
Your intentions afterwards. You seem very concerned of the aftermath of everything. That tells me you've prepared and planned. This is a calculated step. What is your goal after this?
He thinks about it. He says, let me answer that question with an incentive. Kill the Tanlyn Town Tanner before there's anybody new in charge. And we both know someone new is going to be in charge before too long. Getty Varkar's reign can't last. And I'll throw in an extra 500 from my personal accounts. And as for what happens afterwards, I've always liked the idea of a retirement in politics.
Or just sort of like gags a little bit from that. Ugh, sorry.
I want to insight that, especially that last part.
Okay, yeah.
Oof, jeez. Sorry, I don't know what came over me.
Okay.
Might have been a little something too solid there. Sorry.
Yeah, rocks walls. Yeah, you're throwing rocks at the wall. Some kids come by and they're like, "Oh, yay, we're playing throw rocks at wall," and they join you in throwing rocks at the wall. Their mother, a very beleaguered bugbear, comes by and she's like, "Oh no, don't throw rocks at the walls, children, or you'll wind up." And then she sees you, and she does not finish that sentence. She ropes her kids like, "Hi, bye." It's like hustles them onwards.
And Zizi excitedly waves goodbye to them.
They're like,
also
"Yay, goodbye,
waves
rock
goodbye
throwing
to
lady."
Mom.
The mom is like pallor of terror, like trying to get her kids away.
She'll give an extra big smile to the mom.
Yep, she's like, "Oh god." So you
should have made
guys,
like a sizzling, like lighted a fuse, but it's just a fuse. They just light it.
so
I
yeah.
consider doing like a little pop fireworks or whatever.
I mean, he does want this done before regime change happens. He is certain regime change is going to happen. He has some sort of insider knowledge. And he does have ambitions in the post-Getty Varakar Cathadak. Your best guess is he's hoping to take the credit in some part for arranging you guys killing this thing to whoever winds up in charge. He seems to think he's going to be in need of a pretty recent caller to, forward his position or make his case of his usefulness or allegiance or something. It's hard to say.
The reason why you fucking Ryoja gagged at that his response, like, oh, God, sorry, oof.
Well, I clap his back. Well, Sudak, you have yourself a deal. We'll help you out, and just so you know, if this bites us in the future, we will come after you. But I don't think that's gonna happen, right?
And he says, "But businessmen look after their partners. It's how one gets, how did you refer to it earlier? Oh, right, history. If this goes well, maybe we'll have some more history."
That.
Yeah.
I like to think you just like puked up a pellet.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just
God.
you fell out there.
Sorry,
Sorry, oof.
breakfast didn't exactly agree with me.
Yeah, you know,
Su-
the
Su-
prices of the meats and stuff.
Sudak
geez,
looks
yeah.
at that and he's like, "Wow, I'm suddenly glad I didn't have a beer at that bar." And
Sorry, it just something wasn't sitting well with me. Sorry.
fair
That
enough.
was rude of me.
Well, if we're good, and he looks around, and he's like, "Oh, where'd the bomber go?"
I think she's outside throwing rocks. I hear bang against the wall.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm not that close to you guys.
And
I
he's,
thought you were throwing against our wall, not
Oh,
someone
no.
else's wall.
No, she's still like occasionally making rounds, but like the longer it goes on, she'll just start stopping. Like, are they done yet? Like she'll occasionally pass by your door to see if if anything has changed.
yeah,
I presume that group of people has indeed not moved, right?
yeah, they're just chilling. Some of them are picking earwax out. He's like,
We can be
"So,
bored together, bros.
he's like, "So, a deal's a deal. When they're
We'll
killing
do what we can.
yeah," and he's like, "Yeah, when the Tanlyn Town Tanner bites the dust, make sure it's sort of a public thing, and I'll send the money over."
Jesus, some with 9 kids. Sorry, you say 8 or 9 kids?
He said he has 8 kids.
Fucking some with 8 kids and a wife of gout. You sure have a lot of money.
And he's like, "Well, I've had to work hard to provide for them, and let's just say I've made some good investments historically. Some pay off better than others. And something tells me this is going to be a great investment."
Sorry.
Yep. So, do you guys say or do anything else with Sundak, or you let him go?
No, let him go. I might like wave
Uh,
at his guards as
yeah.
he's leaving.
Hope your wife gets better.
His guards look at them, and he's like, "Thanks." His guards look at you. You look at him. He looks at them. When he's walked by, they kind of look at you one last time. shrug and walk off. So yeah, deal made.
I'm gonna look at Zydoki real quick. Is there a particular reason why we didn't mention that the were creature was a snow leopard
To Roland or to this guy?
to this guy?
To this guy, because the part of the deal is him giving us information, not the other way around.
I thought we were trying
He
to do
seemed
that.
like he already knew that. He kind of confirmed that.
I thought you said it was a rare creature that he was aware of. I don't
Yeah,
think
Say
he
that one
knew.
time?
You thought that they could transform partially or wholly to make the beast attacks, but that they were a person. It's not an uncommon theory, but he seems to say it with some confidence.
But he still wasn't aware what kind of creature, though, right?
If so, he didn't make
Yeah, he
mention
didn't
of it.
say.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we're gonna check this, but we'll see what we can with checking this information. But between everything we know now, they're gonna hit the arena and then something above it or below it. I don't know if the arena is considered above or below. Do we know if there's anything above the arena?
It's a public. It's a public square.
Like the arena itself, or
Above. So the square is this carved out piece of like ancient infrastructure that seems to have once had like water running through it, like the outer ditch, but like the north side is like completely rocked off and dammed up. And there's like some obvious like old like lower lying wet historically wetted soil, and then there's like the higher absolutely dry stuff, and there's the pit in the middle, and there's these stones around the outer ring, and then there's 4 pillars around the middle. And it seems like whatever this was, it was built over when the street above was made. And the street above is like a
So-
public circle where there's like a small market and people come to meet and do shit.
Gets the rain and
I'm
not
gonna-
anything north and south of it.
I'm gonna look at Zydoku. So, like, why do you think they're hitting the arena? They seem to just hit places that aren't too public.
Well,
Why-
they did hit the shrine.
Oh, okay.
Why did we draw the conclusion that it was the rain and not anything north or south of it?
Because we connect the dots.
because of the map.
Because
yeah, but
well, technically
but
speaking,
technically it could be anywhere.
yeah,
north or
technically
south.
speaking, it
that's
depends on how long you want to make the arrowhead, right?
Mhm.
But it does seem like a nice aesthetically pleasing one, and there's nothing really of note in between
Okay.
or further out unless you go really far out.
Okay.
But you do
I
know
think
that
this-
there is like an irrigation channel opening that opens up to the river. It doesn't run too far north to get to it. That is probably on the level that's blocked off. So you guess that's what's behind the stones.
So another thing, did they like kill the person at that area, or did they put the body there in that area?
It seems
I mean,
like
we
the
don't know.
person normally lives nearby where they get killed. You don't know how far if the body gets transported. You inspected the corpse here, and they looked fucked up. But you don't know anything further than that. I mean, there was no sign that they had been picked up and dragged like a significant distance.
I do remember the very first body that was in that cubby did look like it was placed there.
It looked
There
like
was no. Yeah, but as you said, there was no like drag marks. There's no markings of the blood or anything.
Although, bear in mind, what you've also been told, and confirms with what you saw on the climb marks along like the stone here, is that they travel via rooftop.
Tier's favorite mode of transportation: rooftops.
I don't think his favorite mode is shadows, but oh, that's just me.
Yeah, he runs on a lot of rooftops too.
Or also Black Eagle striking.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
forgot about that one.
Black Eagle Soaring Airlines, half off.
This is better than Spirit.
Yeah, you just need to, play a couple hit points to use it.
Well, that's that deal. Now what?
Well, we were invited to a truce meeting tonight. I actually don't know if it's a meeting, but we were invited to Yeah, I guess it's a meeting. We invited to talk about truce
Sure.
tonight at the shrine.
It just
Yeah.
occurred to me.
Just talked
Why are
about
we
this.
part of this meeting?
It's the people who attack. I think it's one of the groups that probably attacked us.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
They finished off a bunch of the not shinobi, the
The
bugbears
magic
and
user.
yeah,
too.
yeah, the hedge
The peop-
witch.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So the Biking Boys and the Hedge Witch, and then they left a note for us. But they did also come after us at some point. We're suspecting, just based on the weaponry, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah, basically.
Also, is there a time that the Tanlyn Town Terror, whatever, usually
Tanlyn.
attacks?
You normally hear about the killings in the morning.
But like inspecting the body, like did we ever get like a general like time of,
So there wasn't.
or have people talked about like, oh yeah, like
You think, based on like the talk of the town, it would be hard to say based on just like a couple hours without any forensic equipment.
mhm.
Based on the talk of the town, you think they are dying sometime around or after midnight. You don't think it's happening before then.
Okay. And when is this meeting again?
They said tonight.
Yeah, they didn't specify a time.
Of course it didn't.
You do know that most people don't go to the graveyard at night.
That's what it was, not the shrine.
Well, so the Watari Mono Stone Shrine is the graveyard.
Oh,
The stone itself is the center of the graveyard on a hill, and there's an altar in front of it. And there's like an undertaker's stroke like shrine maidens like shrine building away from there, styled after the others. But you know that like the real deal is the stone, and if you want the blessing of the wanderer, you go to the stone.
so yeah. We have that meeting if we want to go for it. We should probably easier if we just all be back inside with Zizi.
Mhm.
I'm sure she's tired of having a conversation with something she can't see.
Oh, she's yeah. If she saw that you guys left, then yeah.
You're just like talking outside the house. Yeah. Uh huh. What about this?
Let's go on the secret mission.
Mhm.
All right. Well, sounds like we're gonna have full
Just
night
saying,
again.
as soon as it starts getting close to midnight, I'm gonna be going to Roll and Drain.
Say that one more time.
I'm just saying, if it gets close to midnight, I'm gonna be going to Roll and Drain.
For sure. And here's a question. Are you guys going to do anything about the Dedo charges that seem to be placed on the bridges?
Oh yeah, we still have to deal with that shit too.
Oh yeah.
Don't we have another night after this?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I say we don't go to the truce.
Ooh.
It's probably a trap.
Well, this does concern you very directly, so. Oh, I think you have the right to decide what we do.
It's worth noting, the shrine is considered, the graveyard is considered neutral ground, and the only people who have violated that neutral ground in living memory are, is the Tanlyn Town Tanner. But that doesn't mean you have to believe that the shinobi would honor that. They might not.
While we're having this conversation, I presume Aziz is like out of powder for practically everything, right?
You probably have some black powder together to scrape together like something, but yeah, I mean you need a re-up.
But
And you do know where there's going to be a lot of powder.
like the stuff that she uses for the door, it also requires powder, right?
A minuscule amount. Because you just have to make it pop out, and it's mostly flour.
Okay. What about like the stuff that like marks them? Is that still like flour, or is that?
Yeah, it's like flour with an adhesive that is incredibly hard for them to get off. And
Okay.
so it looks like they've got like pie in the face, but all over them, and
It's
it's
easy.
difficult to get
like,
out.
It's easy would like to prep more of that, and she would also like to try taking some from the house.
Hmm.
If you mention about being low on supplies, actually, well, the first question is, do you?
Yeah, I should probably mention in passing. It's like, especially when Bear's like complaining about the rise in prices. Like, yeah, it's like I've been waiting for the stuff to go down for the powder too. I'm almost out.
Well, we did hand in a very powerful artifact. I could see if we could be compensated more quickly and in a specific form. As much as we like cash right now, I don't think cash is going to get us the things we need. It'll take me a little bit to get out there and come back. I don't know with the thing or not, but it'll probably get something by tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'm good for tonight, especially if nothing much really happens. But past that, I don't know.
All right.
But yeah, Azizi wants to
Well,
try scrapping together more of the flower stuff.
Alright.
While we're talking.
Yeah.
well, I guess before I head out, Tyr, are you sure that you want us to not meet this truce and let it sit? Or do you want to send a message back?
Are they gonna get mad?
I mean, probably. We stood them up. Or if we don't go, we'll stand them up.
Is there anyone else we can send to that truce?
Technically, like, yes, there's a couple people that you could theoretically send. The question is, who do you trust? You know, Derek wants to join the Cult in Shadows, or he wants to join the Shadow Network. And you have a connection to him. He and his crack joints could go in your stead. You could ask Elman to go, or find someone else to go in your stead. You could ask the Shadow Network to reach out or send someone in your stead. And it's worth noting that Taka referred to a group known as the Obsidian Veil, a group long thought extinct in the area that seems to have re-emerged, and that in all ways fits the bill of your attackers. So it's possible this is a group called the Obsidian Veil, and you might learn more about them. That would influence your decision one way or the other.
I mean, even if like some of us go, we'll be ready, right? Like we can just run away if things go south.
I mean,
How about you three set up around the place the Tanner's gonna
Graveyard?
show up, and I'll go to the graveyard.
are you sure you want to go alone?
You're kind.
It's easier for me to get away alone.
Yeah, but we're kind of getting paid to keep you safe.
At the
Right,
very least, I
said-
would like to go with you because I can also get out pretty easily too. But again, this concerns you more directly than any of us. I'll respect your judgment.
Yeah, if you don't want to go, you want to go. Just I don't know if they're gonna be more mad or not.
I mean, we could send a
Alright.
representative and my friend here.
Yeah, boss, and great diplomacy.
Let's
You
just
don't
go
talk.
with-
You listen.
Sure, boss. I'm a great listener.
Sorry,
Zai
guys.
and I will go, and you two can stay and set something up for the tanner.
Real quick, Shin, were you just like pointing at empty space, or is your imp uncloaked?
I point at empty space.
Okay.
The imp will not be out. Like, there's only a few times where he will uncloak when he needs to, but he generally just stays invisible, and you just hear a floating voice.
Thank you, Lollygaggers, for the raid. And for reference, you guys are in. You're making a meeting about whether or not to go to the shrine and who's going to go. Has night fallen by now, do you think?
If night is falling and we have a plan, actually, you know what? Even before we have a plan, Rollins is close, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Azizi would want to go there and see if they've already closed.
Yeah, so they've already cleaned out. When you go down, there is almost an eerie silence stood amidst these Neolithic standing stones studded around the circle.
Azizi wants to lockpick to get inside.
So you're in, like you walk down in and you're there. There's some doors nearby. Do you want to like get into one of them?
She wants to go into the ring.
You can just
wait.
walk up and hop down and stand in the ring.
It's an open area?
Yeah, so the ways in are like tunnels that you can't really keep people out of, other than having guards there to keep people out. But Roland didn't leave anyone behind because he didn't want them getting murdered.
Yeah, okay.
Based on the warning you gave him.
Azizi's gonna try like sneak around and set up. I don't know how many she has, if she has enough to cover the entrances. But she wants to try set up some like the powder shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me a Tinkerer's tools to see how well you deploy that.
Is there any way we can help? Oh, I guess I'm not there. So...
You're not, yeah. So the moment it gets started, that happens. So shortly after she leaves,
But she wants to specifically do this before night falls, so
Yeah.
she can get out.
okay, before night falls. All right. You think you have something set up, but unless you stay like an extra hour, it's really not going to work out that great.
Dang, the way you phrase that.
She'll stay the extra hour.
All right, make me a new roll with advantage.
Does Azizi just do this by herself?
Yeah, she's out there working by herself. A cart rolls up while she's out. A dude knocks on your door and says, "Special delivery."
Do the same spiel. Check it out.
Yeah, he
The front door seems to be missing.
So she
Or-
definitely has the
Never mind.
silver,
It's back.
I think, lawn sword.
he's like, "Hey, special
Yeah, she
delivery."
definitely has the silver lawn sword close by, though.
Yeah. He says, "Hey, I've got a special delivery from a friend of yours."
Appreciate it. You mind if I inspect it?
Not at all. And yeah, you pull it back and you see row on row of like black iron weapons. It seems that there is 2 of every type of martial and 2 of every type of simple black iron weapon here. Blades of all types.
Christ.
And he's like, "Looks like the order's all in order then."
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Are you
How are we
leaving
gonna
all of
use
this,
all
or are you
these?
taking the leftovers?
And he says, "Anything that you don't need, I'll make sure gets to someone who can put it to good use."
All right. I'll
Azizi
go
is
back.
not back for this, right?
Yeah, I assume you guys will work out an amount that gets taken out, and like like bundles of blades and shit. And there's now like black iron swords and glaives and arrows and bolts all over the table. And he heads on. And Captain Carrion says, "Shin, I play with you. Have a danger to go alone." Zai, amidst the weapons, you find an extra little note, and it says, "Take this just in case. and you see a tiny trinket. It's like a jade medallion. And you know what this is. The first time you go down while you're wearing this, it's going to shatter and you're going to automatically stabilize. If you choose to take it yourself. Point is, you have the item. It seems to have been tucked in alongside the rest of the shipment. And yeah. Thank you again, Defenders of Kobol, Captain Carrion, everybody. So, yeah, the cart rolls away after you guys make an assorted allotment of these items. And they, this guy pieces out. Yeah, Azizi is gone an extra hour. How soon are you guys sending someone out to the shrine? And is anybody going to back up Azizi?
How far is the shrine?
How far is the shrine? Let me see if I have a relevant timescale. No, I don't. You're in like the north middle of Tanlyn town, and it's on the southern tip, literally right across from the gate.
Zai, you ready to head out?
Yeah.
And is the imp coming with you, or is the imp staying around where Vare and Azizi are?
That's what I'm actually thinking. Is it within a mile? Because that is my little radius of connection.
No, it would be more than a mile.
Okay.
Well, gosh, actually, I don't think you know that. I don't think you know. I think you know it'll be close.
Always just have the imp try to go there and just like keep flying closer until you guys make contact, and then he could kind of like, shift back and forth, like check up on you. And then...
All right, so the imp goes with them, and you guys go to the shrine.
The imp's gonna start with me,
Mm-hmm.
and then whatever happens in the middle of it, most likely it's going to start flying towards Azizi and Vern, and then hold position as soon as I lose contact.
Sure. You guys want to head to the shrine?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I mean, like, how many hours is it between like dark and midnight?
At this point in spring, oh gosh, 5.5.
Oh no, never mind. I don't think she would wait that long. Okay. Yeah, she would have come back at some point. And she'll head out with Bear together. But she wants to go an hour and a half before midnight so they can find a good hiding spot.
Alright, before that happens,
Tyr, you know my plan.
Tyr and Zai walk into a graveyard. So you see like headstones all around and this like build up to a massive fuck off stone at the apex, and there's sort of like a cleared dirt area, the nexus of these paths with an altar and a still burning mugwort candle. Do you guys want to head up there?
Yeah, the imp's gonna be in Raven form to have a little bit of faster flying speed, and he's gonna scout out the area and see what he finds. But
it's an old style grave. There's not great plotting. It's jumbles of headstones and family stones with spirit tablets engraved with poetry and prayers.
Two things. One, I'm at elevation -10. I don't know if I'm supposed to be.
Oh, no, sorry. You guys are at 0 feet. It's not going to matter for this, probably. Okay. We'll see.
Second thing is, I don't see Tyr.
You don't
see?
Yeah,
I don't see myself.
What the fuck? Oh, well, Tyr's right here. I'm moving him around.
Tyr's so stealthy.
Well, what about now?
I don't see him either.
I mean, I
just see myself.
What about now?
Oh, there.
I see him.
I see me.
All right. For some reason, the other one was bunk. All right, so You head up.
It might be elevations.
It's ever so slightly spooky here. You ascend. It's night.
Yeah, and the imp's gonna be patrolling around, keeping an eye out. And after we make whatever contact we do, then he's gonna start heading out.
Your imp tells you that there is an old man with his back to the stone, sort of like in like the darkest portion. That's going to be the least likely to be seen. It looks like he's an old man, wearing a fine outfit.
I let you know that there's a person here. Don't know if they're involved, but someone's here at least.
Let's go then.
Should we move our tokens, or do you want to move us?
One moment. I am yeah. So you guys see him. He peels around the corner and he sits down next to. He sits down in front of the stone. And he waits. He doesn't seem to look at you in particular, but you're in his field of view. He pulls back his hood and you can see his face.
Walk up.
How you doing?
Give me a perception from your imp. Okay, your imp sees nothing.
Go. Wait, 18 and sees nothing?
Yep.
Damn.
So
I mean,
he looks up and he says, "You have come. Good. Come. Let us discuss. Tear of the shade of the mountain. It is unfortunate that we have previously come into conflict. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the old man of the Obsidian Vale. My predecessor gave me quite the situation, and I have tried to steer us as a good captain through the unseeable storms. We are men of stealth and subterfuge, our lives here and gone in an instant. Often, there was no one left to mourn or know but our comrades. You, here, are a member of the Shade of the Mountain, an organization that we were unsure of. You came into possession of a weapon we thought long lost. Allow me to explain. We have mutual enemies, the monks of the Slowgrass Way. We seek to deny the Slowgrass Way their goal, which lies with taking. He points, Black Eagle striking from you. When I gave the order to acquire the legendary arms at any means necessary, I did not yet know you, your character, your nature, your successes, the cause you've grown to serve. Now, I believe I am prepared to do business with you. I offer you this information freely, a sign of good faith. And I will tell you this. I have already called off the search for Black Eagle striking. The Obsidian Vale will no longer seek to acquire it. And as for the Slowgrass Way, I'm given to understand you have readily dispatched many of their members in the city already. Now then, given everything I have told you, and our mutual enemies, I am prepared to offer you an arrangement. I will accept a binding agreement to take no contract against the shade of the mountain, so long as you make no moves against us. And, he leans in, that means we would also call off the order to obtain the Hammer of Osor, a legendary arm presently in the ownership of your companion, Lord Morenlos. So, are you interested?
Just to clarify,
How's
was any?
this?
Sorry, go ahead.
How's this truce going to be upheld?
Simple. The Obsidian Veil maintains our contracts. It is part of our nature, and part of what has complicated our existence. When we sign a contract, we keep it. And we will only take contracts to kill those with crimson blades. While that does apply to you and I believe all of your companions, as long as we have a mutual exclusivity contract in place, we will not accept any contract against you. I am the only member of the Obsidian Veil empowered to accept or decline a contract, so all decisions will have to go through me. So, he tilts his head. You'll have to trust me. I have offered you this information freely, in the hopes that it will assure you of my purpose. I have no desire for further conflict with you or the Shade of the Mountain. If anything, he lingers a moment and says, the legendary arms in capable and worthy hands would prove a boon.
Can I insight?
Yeah, you can insight.
I would like to do
I
the
was
same.
so afraid you weren't gonna say insight.
Capable hands, this guy's lying to me.
Alright, I'll say
I
this.
have no capable hands.
Tyr, who's to say? He's a man sitting on some dirt by a big fuck off stone telling you
He's
things.
actually kind of like proud a little bit. He's like, oh man, this guy thinks I'm awesome.
Yeah, Zaidoku, you get the sense that this guy is telling the truth and that he's really mostly concerned with the Slowgrass Way getting their hands on the legendary arms.
Okay.
Alright, your imp is flying out. Yep.
I will trust you for now.
He nods. He rolls out like a small mat and pops out a calligraphy kit. With a few short strokes, he has completed the contract and pushes it towards you. You read Kehoe, right?
I think
Yeah.
I studied it.
You studied it.
Yeah, you learned all of
yeah.
Kehoe by the end of all that.
Yeah, so you look at it and you're like, it basically says the Obsidian Veil shall accept no contract against the Shade of the Mountain, and shall nullify any contracts or obligations to obtain any items in their possession. And it says pursuant continual non-aggression from the Shade of the Mountain. Do you sign it, Tyr? An important note: do you do anything other than just sign it, or are you just gonna sign it?
Oh, one thing I wanted to clarify: was any of this directed at Zai and therefore the Golden Shadow, or was this all focused on Tyr and the Shade of the Mountain?
It appears to be entirely about the Shade of the Mountain.
Okay.
I'll just sign it.
You sign it. He watches. He nods. And he says, "Men." And there is a full unfolding as from the shadows emerges shinobi behind every single gravestone here, almost melded into their shadows. He stands, bows his head in deference, and says, "Shadow hide you." And
Do I recognize any of them from the ones we fought before?
Oh, it's hard to say in the dark in their getup.
Yes, you
I mean,
recognize
can
them.
you-
He
can
looked like
you-
that.
Can
He
you
looked like-
differentiate between between like all the side characters in anime, like all of the soldier characters?
Yeah, and with that, he turns, he walks, and he says, "Oh," he snaps his finger, and the light on this candle burns black and sheds a gray light, and says, "I suggest you pray for the blessing of the Wanderer. They say," he looks he looks up at the sky, "it is greater as the moon waxes or wanes." And he walks away. And all of these shinobi whoosh, whoosh, backdash into darkness and disappear. You are, so far as you can tell, completely alone, with the darkling light casting a gray light up at Watarimono. The
Yes,
Watarimono
even Zai
stone.
has Shinobi dashed away.
Yeah, you're alone together.
Can we know what they rolled on their stealth now?
At 20 would have seen them. So, yeah, what do you guys do? An important question, do you pray for the blessing of the Wanderer?
Zai would, but he would refrain from looking up into the sky while doing it.
All right. Yeah, you take the appropriate. There is more or less like a
Like a short ritual.
yeah. There's like a lighter. There's like a crooked thing that you like pull over, light, and then leave, and then you kneel and pray. You offer the words of the Wanderer, and yeah, Zyoku, make me a charisma save.
Is this trying to charm me?
No,
It's trying to make me sleep.
no.
Uh,
Yeah, you
Is it
feel.
15 enough to make it?
You feel a rising within your spirit, Zai, and you feel as if that you go forth this night with the blessing of the Wanderer. Dear, you watch this happen, and as Zai rises, he's got a new spring in his step. Do you pray for the blessing of the Wanderer?
No. I just do like a martial artist bow, and that's it.
paying respects.
You give the bow. You feel as if though the venerable stone acknowledges you, though you receive no blessing, and you pass on into the night. And as you do, a sickening howl to the north as I believe. Wait, so Azizi and Vriosian would be going there around midnight?
I would like to go like an hour to an hour and a half beforehand so we can find some place to hide and watch.
Alright, y'all are getting posted up when you hear a howl. As if though from a leopard. And
I look over as he's like, "Do leopards howl?"
Also, Azizi would, if possible, like a high vantage point.
oh yeah.
Because she can see a mile out and she has dark vision out to I think
Yeah.
30 feet.
You're gonna get to position yourself when this square has a map. It is wait a minute. I'm debating which one is the outro song right now. It's Clink. All right. So, hello everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's Diesel Shot. It's Lee. It's your boy. We got games. We got a game on Tuesday, not on Wednesday. Probably a birthday stream from me on Friday, and I don't know about Saturday yet. Who knows? Welcome to Diesel Shot. All playing is broken down. This is High Road Catch. This is 2-Day Tanlyn Town, a High Road offshoot that is probably in its final legs at this juncture. And yeah, when we are done with this, we're gonna go straight to High Road, like immediately, like the same second. Go to High Road, and yeah, it's gonna be exciting. It's our D&D campaign that's the longest running, and I don't know what to say other than, wowee! This is exciting. We're tying it all together, folks. And with that said and done, I think it's feedback phase time. Right to left. Kai, hit me with it.
All right. Yeah, it was a nice just RP session. Not much fighting or anything. Just good old RP and info. Yeah,
Lots of info.
looking forward to fighting this leopard thing and seeing the shade of the mountain again.
Yeah.
Ooh, wonder if that's gonna be a thing.
Are you ready to talk to yourself?
Level
I am
1 Geek,
so-
thank
I
you
am
for the
so ready.
raid. You
For
join
all of
us.
the talking that your two characters do.
Level 1 Geek, you join us as the were leopard howls, and our heroes positioned on the buildings are about to find out if they can stand against the Tanlyn Town Tanner. Thank you, Level 1 Geek, for the raid. Get them out.
We're bound to go see them because we have the diadem and we had to hand it over to
Yeah.
the person. So
Vento.
Yeah, and with that, Shin.
Hey, I thought today was fun. Lots of good RP. I'm glad I was able to get some good rolls in the negotiation parts and the conversation parts, so it's just my character didn't fall flat everywhere. I always enjoy all the NPCs you make, the little nuances they have to whatever twist or scheme they're trying to hide from us.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad we split the party safely, but we have yet to see the consequences of this next session. And I'm excited to see what happens. I'm excited to see if anything comes poorly out because we split the party.
Mm-hmm.
When has splitting the party ever resulted in anything disastrous?
Never, never, never. Especially not in this game.
I mean, they do it all the time in horror movies, right?
Yeah,
It's a
look how
great
well that
idea.
goes.
It's a great idea.
It'll be a trial between how fast my Raven form imp can get to you guys and how fast we can follow up.
Yeah.
Also, I did
Yeah.
not communicate this. I was merely planning on observing the thing tonight, not necessarily engaging with it.
Mhm. I mean,
It might have other plans.
Ideas, yeah. It's like I
Yeah.
don't think you have a choice.
That's also why I kind of wanted to. I mean, yeah, like I was kind of hoping to go alone. Vera, I think it was a good second choice because I think we are the two tankiest.
mm-hmm.
No.
HP wise.
You are a con caster and you have the highest AC. You're the second tankiest compared to Kai and Shin.
Yeah,
That's fair.
You have 2 more HP
I
than
suppose, like-
full HP Zydoku, but you're
Oh,
not,
I
not
do?
full. But yeah,
Jesus.
so
Yeah, compared to me, no. But compared to the other two, you are definitely the second tankiest.
Okay,
Especially with the
that's
infinite
fair.
play
I wasn't
too.
aware. I thought Saidoku had more HP than me. I mean, he does, but I thought like more than just 2.
Yeah.
That's
and
interesting.
yeah. Shin, is it all?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Aaron.
Hi, yeah, a lot of fun today. I'm glad I was actually able to do whole session this time. and I'll just jump in at like an hour in.
Yak again.
Yeah, super cool of all the lore and stuff and how it ties to everything, and hopefully it ties back to our main group in a fun and creative way. I'm excited to see a bunch of these new NPCs and see how they interact with the world. And I think that's it for me. Can't wait to fight a snow leopard. I'm excited to see what token you have for that thing.
Turns out it was actually just a snow panther or something all along.
The cat.
That's why I was able to roar.
The twist, the shock. Okay, it's a.
Did you know cheetahs aren't cats? Because they can't like roar correctly. They don't roar, they squeak.
Is that a requirement for cats?
Yeah, it actually is.
Amazing.
I think it's for big cats. They require them to be like a big cat is to roar. Since cheetahs can't roar, they're not considered like a big cat.
I love them all the more now.
And got any other notes? That's that.
That's that.
All right, Keithy.
Yeah, good overall session. I think it's nice to have a slow session every once in a while. Like even in a small little side story like this is, well, I don't know, small is kind of relative. 10 episodes is pretty lengthy. Not that it's bad, but yeah, it is nice to like have slow parts when it goes on for this long. Especially it's like kind of calm before the storm kind of thing, since you have been leading up to this from the very first session with all the murders. Glad you let us like have that RP moment in the beginning, especially because like I don't think you could have predicted that. And yeah, I just think that you like handled that well. I was like, okay, let's go to you guys now. Let's go to you guys. Like, make sure that like if we were gonna have a conversation, we had the opportunity to do so. Also good that like you're not just letting ZZ have like infinite powder all the time. So yeah, I think that's it. I'm looking forward to fighting this thing. I'm looking forward to seeing if we get fucked over. Or I don't know, maybe Vera and I will end up somehow killing the thing before they even get here. We'll see.
Amazing.
I appreciate you letting us split the party as much as you always let us do. I know that's annoying as hell.
It is. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's it.
Great. Thank you all for coming out, Dreamers. Do check out the Lollygaggers and Level 1 Geek who rated us quite kindly. I am going to check the universe of people who are still streaming. You know what? It looks like Vorpal Tales is still alive. I'm gonna go say hi to them. Thank you for coming out, Dreamers, and until next time. And remember, tomorrow night, we don't normally do Tuesday games, but we're doing one this week. It is Change Stars game, Art and Descent. Be there. Wave, 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 wave. All right, let me read.